Okay, so good morning, SOI. So real quick, I'm Sam. I was part of the GEM team for environmental and energy last year, and now I'm here. So let's start. So in the energy and environment category, the Conrad participants are invited to study the human use of natural resources and the impact of human activity on the planet. This year's finalists present thoughtful, environmentally conscious designs that elevate them from mere inventors to forward-thinking innovators. So let's start off with BeachBot Labs from Phillips Exeter Academy in Exeter, New Hampshire. Their innovation is BeachBot, which is a dockside solar-powered intelligent trash picker robot. So please welcome BeachBot Labs. What?
Good morning. We are BeachBot. I'm Stuart.
I'm Gautam.
And I'm Anna.
Hopefully, some of you have had a chance to visit the beautiful beaches here in Florida. I, for one, have. But unfortunately, beaches often look like this, littered with trash. This picture on the right was taken in Northampton, just a few miles from where we go to school. And as you can see, it's covered in trash. In fact, close to 3,000 pounds of trash were collected from New Hampshire beaches in just 1 year. This has a devastating impact on the environment. The waves sweep plastics into the ocean where they break down into microplastics. These get into the guts of mammals and seabirds, killing close to 100,000 every year. The impact is also economic. Tourists are less likely to visit a beach if it's covered in trash. This is why California is willing to spend $400 million on beach cleanup every year.
Our solution, BeachBot, is a small autonomous rover. BeachBot builds on existing technology in 3 different areas: identification, navigation, and sifting. First, the camera pivots 360 degrees, taking pictures of its surroundings. Next, neural networks identify trash in relation to the BeachBot. BeachBot then moves towards the trash, activating its sifting extension. Now, this sifting extension consists of a rotating cylinder that pushes sand onto a vibrating grate. The sand then filters through the grate, and the trash is propelled into a receptacle, which is periodically emptied. This is modeled after the sifter on the Sandboni, an existing machine where our sifting machine has been proven to work. Now let's take a closer look at the identification stage. First, our image is split up into sliding windows, which are overlapping portions of the image, which can be used eventually to identify which sliding window the trash is in, so we can identify its location. Next, those images are processed to form feature images, which take into account things like edges, blobs, which are areas of similar coloration, and the contrast between blobs and the rest of the surroundings. These are then fed into our neural network, which identifies trash. The image on the right shows our algorithm in action. The first image is the image BeachBot takes, the second is the feature image, and the third is the final product, where a red box has been drawn around the trash. Our algorithm currently has an 80% success rate, but the beauty of machine learning is that it can learn from its mistakes, so we project a maximum possible figure of 90 to 95%. BeachBot operates as a fleet of 5 to 10 rovers, where we only need 1 paid supervisor for the entire fleet. Furthermore, it can even operate while the beach is open or closed for that matter. Each BeachBot rover has an 8-hour battery life, and the rovers take turns charging for 1 hour each. So at any given time, all but one of BeachBots are operational.
Initially, we will seek a $1,200 investment for our prototype and to run proof of concept trials. We've already looked into potential donors and identified startup accelerators such as 500 startups to be organizations from which we can receive money. Once we have a working product, we will utilize an indirect go-to-market approach. This means that we will lease BeachBot to private companies who will then provide the services such as beach cleanup to our consumer base. Since BeachBot will be such a new product, we will have to use incentive-based leasing strategies. So we will provide lower cost schemes than any other option on the market. In addition to this, we will provide maintenance services for free for our first few customers. Once we have a stable enterprise and a sufficiently large consumer base, we will use a new type of phase. This means that we will first find $15,000 worth of investment to expand our fleet. Then we will shift to a direct market approach, where we will directly approach our consumer base, such as local governments and beach operators. Now, our two competitors are human cleanup events and the Zamboni, which is a large tractor-like device that traverses the entire beach in order to sift out trash by size. Human cleanup events are simply not enough to solve the problem of beach litter. They happen very irregularly, once a year, or if we're lucky, once a month. Now, the Zamboni is our biggest competitor. The BeachBot is far superior to the Zamboni. Firstly, it is able to travel in discrete fleets because of its small size. This means that it can operate at all times, even amid tourists. The Zamboni, on the other hand, because of its large size and loudness, can only operate once the beach is closed, leaving trash on the beach through the entire day to potentially re-enter the ocean and harm wildlife. BeachBot is also more cost efficient. The BeachBot fleet only costs from $5,000 to $15,000, depending on the size of the fleet, which can range from 5 BeachBots to 10. On the other hand, the Zamboni costs up to $50,000. This is not even taking into account the wages of the driver. Finally, the Zamboni also has ecological costs as well. It is driven by fuel and is also extremely fuel inefficient due to its large size and the fact that it has to traverse the entire beach in order to pick up trash because it doesn't know where the trash is located. BeachBot, on the other hand, is powered by batteries, so there are no CO2 emissions. And on top of this, because it knows where the trash is, it is able to save energy by only taking action once it knows where the trash is. We are confident that you will find BeachBot to be superior to any other option on the market, and join us in taking a step closer to happy, healthy beaches. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, guys, so really good. Being in the military, I'm on the beach quite a bit, so definitely see that problem. As far as the design, make sure that it can actually operate on the sand. I know with some tires, they don't work as well as others, so just make sure the design works there. I can see this being very good competition for workers, just hand labor doing that, but if you can get it to beat a Zamboni just for the amount of surface area of beach, if you can break that tipping point, then you're definitely onto something. So keep it up.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you again for a very polished presentation. For somebody who would like to be more on the beach, we can't. I thought that was a very good, simple concept. I think, again, just echoing the thoughts there, that you're onto something. As I've written down 3 things, safety aspects. So have you thought about child safety on a crowded beach? The other thing is, I get the kind of battery, but what about a solar-powered beach bot as another aspect? So again, Good work.
Thank you.
Yeah, love the concept. You've obviously thought this through quite a lot, and you've rehearsed the presentation very well. That's obvious. I'd love to see this, though I'm not sure I'd love to see it while I'm on the beach and I'm lying there and I turn around and the book that I was reading has disappeared because the bot's cleared it up as rubbish. Hey, it may have been rubbish, but I was reading it. What else? I think it would be useful to include in the presentation, if you can, some modeling of how much beach 8 robots could clear in the 8 hours they've got of power time. Compare that to how many humans could clear, so you could get some comparison of usefulness. And also your funding strategy. It's great to see you've done some thinking about where you can get funding from, what your stages of development are. My gut feeling is that 15,000 is a very small ask to get going, and it will take you a while to grow your company. If that's all you've got in your ask budget. So maybe you want to look at being a little bit more aggressive in that area. But very good presentation, guys. Well done.
Of course, thank you.
Cool. Great job. I was really impressed at the beginning how you had the picture of the beach that's right in your school's community. And I would encourage you to continue to follow that story through. How do they, you talked a little bit about California, but on that New Hampshire beach, how do they clean up trash today? What do they use, technology or people, and what might the local community start to invest in? They could be a great testing ground for you to get some of your prototypes off the ground and become really great partners in development as you work forward.
Thank you very much.
Very good presentation, very well structured. You have identified a good problem. As he said, I see a problem with the design. First is the tire, of course. Second is, what if this is washed away with the waves? Sometimes waves comes and it wash away your beach bot as well. So you have to take care of that. And you talked about image processing. Do you have some algorithm to differentiate between an old discarded shoes and some tourist shoes who has gone out to swim? You don't want this beach bot to take out tourist shoes and their clothes and then discard it. So take care of that. But good job. Thank you.
Thank you.
Great job, BeachBot Labs. So our second team is Clark Battery Chargers from EDW Clark High School in Las Vegas, Nevada. Their innovation, Neuro Battery, utilizes the intrinsic forces of expanding gallium to generate clean, renewable energy driven solely by outside ambient temperature fluctuations. So please give a hand to Clark Battery Chargers.
Good morning. My name is Sean Reddy.
I'm Lauren Tsai. I'm Denise Castle.
I'm Akash Shah.
I'm Andy Wang.
Today, we are going to show you our design for a revolutionary sustainable energy production technology with the potential to create a paradigm shift in the way energy is produced, stored, and distributed in the modern world.
With the world population set to hit 9.7 billion by 2050, efficient, renewable energy production is in utmost demand. As it stands, 85% of the world's energy production is non-renewable, drawing from finite sources, causing substantial ecological and environmental damage. By 2040, 61% of the world's energy demand is projected to come from developing countries, with economies forced to produce energy via cheaper and more efficient fossil fuels. Therefore, it is imperative that new systems of sustainable energy production be created in order to reduce the global dependence on fossil fuels, as well as meet the needs of a growing world population.
Our team entered the Conrad Spirit of Innovation Challenge with this ultimate goal in mind: to begin the transition from the established, inefficient, fossil fuel-dependent energy grid system to a future of sustainable, localized power.
It is into the incipient and lucrative market of renewable energy that we introduce the Neuro Battery, a sustainable alternative to fossil fuels with the potential to beat out renewable energy competitors as well as non-renewable fossil fuel competitors. The battery has a wide array of applications, ranging from car batteries to the central grid energy system, and requires no resource input or inorganic energy expenditure.
Well, Andy, the Nero battery takes its energy formerly from the renewable energy market as we have looked throughout the world. We saw how solar power generates energy from the sun, and we looked how geothermal energy is created from the heat below the earth. And then we realized that we could also create energy from ambient temperature fluctuations, from the pressure created when materials change phase. This is the same energy that causes a glass bottle to shatter in the freezer or causes the lid to blow off a pressure cooker. So how exactly does it work?
The Nero battery is divided into 3 partitions. The core is a flexible chamber filled with pure gallium, a phase-change metal with a melting point of 85 degrees Fahrenheit. The core is surrounded by piezoelectric ceramic, a unique material that generates an electrical potential when it's mechanically displaced. As ambient temperatures fluctuate above and below the melting point of the gallium, the core expands and contracts as it changes phase back and forth from solid to liquid, exerting intense pressure on the surrounding piezoelectric ceramic, generating a current that is then transmitted through an internal matrix of tungsten tantalum.
The energy is then stored in a final layer of highly efficient capacitive nanographene. Nanographene is an emerging material that expands on the lithium-ion battery design with high capacitive density and extreme storage capacity.
After months of mathematical modeling, computer simulations, and material testing, we continued to improve the design of the battery. To contain the corrosiveness of the gallium core, tungsten tantalum was installed as a conductor and a chemically inert container. Additionally, a cubic design was chosen over our initial tetrahedral design in order to maximize structural integrity and stability.
Our technology has the potential to be not only environmentally beneficial, but also highly profitable. According to the International Energy Agency, global renewable energy investments topped $313 billion in 2016, with an additional $420 and $262 billion invested in energy production and distribution, respectively. The Nero battery will enter into a highly profitable renewable energy market space that has long been looking for its next big breakthrough.
To cover product development and research costs, our team is seeking a small business innovation research grant from the United States Department of Energy. Our goal for the short-term future is to finalize the device's structural design and begin output as well as durability testing.
To turn our idea into a reality, we will undergo 2 phases of research and development. Phase 1, the prototype phase, in which we will undergo as many trials as possible to create a successful working prototype of the Nero battery.
Phase 2 will be your beta testing phase, in which you'll put the Nero battery into real-world simulations. This phase will be a 2-year-long process ending in 2020. To expedite this, we'll hire a full-time specialized engineer to put the numbers into perspective. After working out any potential glitches, the Nero battery will be ready for market.
We are confident that the Nero battery will be able to outperform alternative methods of energy production in terms of ecological benefit by limiting the amount of carbon dioxide emissions and detrimental byproduct formation. Through computer modeling, we formulated the following projections. These graphs demonstrate the atmospheric greenhouse gas concentrations both with and without the Nero battery. The line in black represents the current trend, while the line in red represents the Nero battery's trend. This data was then extrapolated to determine the impact that greenhouse gas concentrations have on surface temperature after Nero battery implementation.
In addition to the environmental drawbacks of the status quo, the current grid energy system suffers from an inefficiency of 6 to 8%, resulting in losses of $19 billion annually. This graph represents the Nero battery's efficiency in relation to our competitors. With more energy efficient materials, the Nero battery mitigates those losses, inherently outperforming our competition.
It is our sincerest belief that there is no problem too big to conquer and no challenge too daunting to overcome. With teamwork and innovation, the impossible becomes possible.
We are confident that with your expertise and investment, the Nero battery will lie at the crux of feasibility, viability, desirability, and sustainability, and will lead the way towards a future of sustainable, clean power for generations to come. Thank you for your time.
So, good job with the presentation. I liked everything with the presentation, very well explained. You're looking at renewable energy. You're looking at the renewable energy. That's again a good thing to look at in today's demanding time. However, it'll be great if you could have given some more data on the amount of energy which is being stored while you're comparing. Okay, take for example, I rub my hands, I get a static electricity, but is that enough? So we have to have a comparative data, right? So other than that, everything looks okay to me. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, this is a great area to be working in right now. I think you've settled on one of the big problems that your generation is going to have to solve. So kudos for thinking about that already. In terms of your technology, I think when thinking about the phase change material, it would have been helpful to see at what temperature does that occur, and then how does that affect different environments where your device might be more or less efficient, where temperatures are fluctuating right around there more times during the year or not. Is it great here in Florida? Is it better in Wisconsin or Alaska? And I think that would be helpful to then project out, who could be your early adopters and start to think about who those folks might be and what they need out of a product.
Yeah, very good presentation, very polished. Here's the challenge you face. This is like miracle stuff to most people, and most people won't understand the background to it. About half to two-thirds of your presentation was the background of why we need renewable energy. Well, most people know that, so you don't need to focus on that quite so much. What you need to do is blind me with science. Here's all the data on why this works. Here's the data on our competitors. This is the data on why this is better and why this will really work. You're asking for a lot of money up front, so you really got to wow me and really convince me that this is a scientific goer. But good stuff. You're going in the right direction.
Okay. Again, a game changer, big game changer, and I kind of reinforce. I think for half the presentation was context, stuff that we already know. Yeah. What I would have loved to have seen was actually the battery. I never saw. How big is it? It's the size of the room, or is it this size? I couldn't get my hands towards it. If you can solve that problem, if you can get people to see and visualize and kind of further down the line, this is what it could do, we'll be with you. Okay.
So it was kind of mentioned earlier, where can this work? You said that the operating temperature of the gallium was about 85 degrees, or the melting point. So then that leads me to believe that the only time you're producing electricity is when you're transiting from above to below or from below to above. So that then tells me there's only a specific time that you're going to get power out from this battery. Energy density, how does this compare to a nuclear power plant? Because I can tell you, in a room this size, I can produce 1,000 megawatts for 2 years straight. What can this do against solar? What can this do against wind? If you can show that this battery can beat other competitors, then you're going to get a landslide win. Thank you.
Great job, Clark Battery Chargers. So our third team is Dear Mrs. from Battle Creek Area Math and Science Center in Battle Creek, Michigan. Their innovation, Infrared Anomaly Detection System, is an infrared sensor on cars to detect the movement on roads and near the path of a car. So please welcome Dear Mrs.
Thank you.
Am I controlling the clicker now? Sweet.
My name is Ben.
I'm Diego.
And I'm Joan.
And we are Dear Mrs. Now, she's a journalist, she's a teacher, he's a math professor, she's a librarian, he's an engineer. That lady over there is a house mom. She's actually her mom. But now, could I please get a quick show of hands of who here in the room drives? All right. Now, from all of you here in the room that drive, how many have been involved in an animal vehicle collision? Yeah, they're not too fun, are they? Well, you guys share a bond with all these people right here, and that's that you have all fallen victim to an animal vehicle collision.
Now, if this is such a big problem, why don't we have a way to stop it? Well, there are 3 systems in place right now. Self-braking cars, like Tesla, Volvo, and Chevy, which brake whenever there's an object nearby. And then there are wildlife crossing structures. Wildlife crossing structures help deer get across big roads, and in places like Wyoming, only cost about $1 million a mile. And lastly, fencing. Beautiful chain link fences placed along highways to make sure deer don't go into the road. While all these systems have good qualities, self-braking systems and wildlife crossing structures are very expensive, while fencing messes with wildlife migration patterns.
So why are we here? We have created a product entitled the Infrared Anomaly Detection System, or the IADS for short. It consists of 2 infrared sensors, 1 vibration motor, and 1 signal reader. What is it? To put it simply, it's an animal detector. Let's see it work. Diego, if you would please help me. In this case, my hand will be representing an animal. When it passes in front of the sensor, you'll see that the wheel vibrates. Once more. Thank you, Diego. Our prototype is powered off a battery pack that has a solar charger on it, so it can be powered through the sun. You're probably thinking right now, where does it go on the car? Well, we will put the 2 infrared sensors at the side of the car, and the vibration motor will be placed on your steering wheel.
So what is new about the IADS and what makes it different? Well, first of all, this system can be implemented on any car, starting from your new 2016 Honda Civic to your grandma's old 1973 Chevy. The next thing is, with detection up to 500 feet, it will allow drivers to be able to brake safely and alert drivers behind them that there is an animal in the road ahead. And this gives you up to 180 feet to be able to keep things calm and watch the animal cross the road.
So what's the cost of all this?
Well, that's a great question. Well, when we were designing this product, we decided that we wanted to challenge ourselves to meet certain requirements. And those requirements were that it had to be effective, durable, applicable, and cheap. What do I mean by cheap? Well, we wanted something that could be affordable, cost-efficient, reliable, and costing somewhere between $75 to $100. By being reliable, we wanted to gain our consumers' trust 100% every single time. Now, when we began with this project, we estimated that the cost would be around $190, but we were able to lower that to between $75 to $100.
So how are we going to market it? Well, we'd like to first market it towards insurance companies, so that way they can possibly offer an incentive to the customers that have it. Then we would like to license it to farm bureaus, so we can have a farming aspect of it, so that the very expensive farming equipment does not get damaged by animals. So I'll ask you one more time, what is the IADS? It's peace of mind knowing that after that next curve, you'll know there's a deer, even if you can't see it. My name is Ben.
I'm Diego.
And I'm Joan.
And we are Dear
Dear
Mrs.
Mrs.
But I'm not done yet. I'm not done. So why are we Dear Mrs.? Well, we didn't want to be another deer hit.
This is pretty cool. I really like it. Sounds good. He's just gonna go leave the prototype. Nice job. Nice job. Good job.
Thank you.
Great job.
I almost messed up. I'm surprised I didn't.
I mean, I messed up a little bit with presenting the
Everyone starts laughing. Wait, we're not done yet. And you kind of lost that line. You were like, and you sounded
I hope
like
your
you
mom
did.
doesn't hate me too much.
Oh, no. She's actually, hey mom, people laugh. And then when I said, which only cost $1 million a month.
Yeah.
All right, so really good presentation, guys. As far as the presentation, cheap is not a good word for reliability. Cheap means that it's going to have a very low cost and it's going to break the moment I put it in the car. Inexpensive is a much better word because that implies that you have the same reliability as something that's very expensive, but you have more cost effectiveness, so that would just be a better word for the future. One thing you didn't mention is what's the angle that it can go out to? You said it can go out to 500 feet, but is that directly in front of the car or can that go to the side? Because I'm sure anyone that's hit a deer will say that the deer didn't just stand in the road. It waited to the last minute and then it jumped in front of the car. So if you could say that it could widen the angle, this would not only be good for hitting animals, but making sure that we don't hit kids playing in the street, something like that. How does it perform in weather? Because you said 500 feet. Will it still work at 500 feet in the rain, in the snow, fog, things like that? So if you can address those points, definitely onto something.
Thank you.
Again, thank you very much. I think it was a very simple, pithy presentation. Couple of kind of value-added comments. First, almost, is I didn't know how big an issue it was. So I have no idea what the magnitude of the issue is. Is this more important than whiplash or, I have no idea. So it's something there to put a context. The other thing is, I really liked the insurance companies. The collaboration with insurance companies, you're definitely onto something there. They will give you the data that you need to substantiate the context, the market. So definitely go back to them. The things that I'd kind of put, so again, this is a European slant. We have some deer misses, but we also have bat misses or bird misses. So will this work with a bat or a bird? Don't know. So it will be quite interesting to see that. Thank you.
Yeah, done the bird thing. That was quite fun. I love the idea. I love the fact, and you're emphasizing that this can work on older vehicles, because for me, that's a key selling point. You can't retrofit most systems. I think what you need to include is, I have no idea where you go from here. So you have an idea. I'm not sure where you've got to. Have you built a working prototype in a car? Have you done test data? I'm also not clear on what your development costs are going to be and what your profit forecast is over the next few years if you manage to accomplish what you want to accomplish. You've got to remember this is going to be a pitch to people you're trying to raise money from. So you've got to convince them of the financial business case, and also your test data will give you some more validity. It's a great idea. You want to flesh it out some more so you can convince more people. Well done.
Yeah, this is growing up in Wisconsin. I know deer misses all too well. I really like the idea, to piggyback there, of an aftermarket solution, and then, thinking about aftermarket into cars, combining with what is the range. There's such a varied geometry and windshields and car design, and I almost wonder, how will that affect the technical, value that your device can add. So thinking about, what does it look like to get this installed? I have to take it to my dealer. Will the insurance company pay for that? I think that's data that you could get and you could make that claim. So I'm excited to see how this moves forward, and getting that prototype into the car, I think, is the first step.
Good job again. You have identified a real problem. Great to see the demo as well. That's a great job again. 2 points. One is, how does your system differentiate between a deer or a human? Take, for example, with this system, if I'm driving downtown Manhattan, then I'll be shaking all over. Okay, so you have to work something on the digital image processing to differentiate between an animal and a human, right? Because human might not jump into in front of the car, but animal will. So the system has to know that. That's number one. Number two is 500 feet, good range. It would be great if your presentation would have given us an idea like, okay, at 70 miles per hour, it will take so many seconds to cover 500 feet. So we remove that many seconds, like 3 seconds for driver response time, because we have a response time. So still the driver has around 5 seconds to brake. So that kind of data, if you would have supported with that, that would have been really, really great. But at the end, good job, guys.
Thank you very much.
Awesome, dear Mrs. So, our fourth team is Futuristic Farmers from the Weiss School in Palm Beach Gardens, Florida. Their innovation, eco-friendly farming, which saves critical natural resources by integrating regenerative and smart farming. So please welcome Futuristic Farmers.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Mackenzie Grizzard.
I am Christina Cross. And I am Victoria Cross.
And we are the Futuristic Farmers, the founders of eco-friendly farming from South Florida. We are currently in 7th grade at the Weiss School.
What is the problem? Research shows that to meet the growing needs of the growing population, by 2050, food production must increase by 70%. And land and water resources must be heavily conserved. As of now, more than 70% of the fresh water in the world is being currently used solely for irrigation. The solution. Eco-friendly farming solves this problem and provides many valuable benefits along the way. Eco-friendly farming optimizes the method of feeding livestock while conserving many valuable resources. Our method will conserve 98% of the land and 97% of the water compared to the conventional farming methods that are currently in use today. Our solution uses custom blended algae mixes to replace major components of the traditional livestock feed. With the added nutrients from different algae strains and the additionally added nutrient supplements, each species of livestock will have their own optimal diet for every stage of their life with our eco-friendly farming method. You might be wondering, what exactly is the recipe for our custom algae blends? Well, in order to keep our eco-friendly farming methods unique, the exact recipe for our custom algae blends remains confidential and proprietary. However, with real-life experiments and continuous research, we are able to create optimal diets for each species of livestock for every stage of their life with our eco-friendly farming methods. Here is a graph that shows the comparison between the conventional farming methods compared to our eco-friendly farming methods. But what is aquaponics? Aquaponics can be simply described as a system of aquaculture where the fish's waste provides an organic and nutritious food source for the growing plants, and the plants supply a natural filter for the water. This system farms and grows both fish and algae
in one integrated system. This graphic shows the symbiotic relationship between fish and algae and how they benefit each other in an aquaponics cycle. But why are we using algae? Algae meets the nutritional requirements of animal feed. It can be produced cheaply and efficiently, and many studies show that algae supplements benefit livestock.
Once our business is growing and doing well, our smart farming method will target farming industries worldwide. For now, we will conduct proof of concept experiments and then move our methods to small-scale local farms and ranches, and then we will roll our methods out to the state level. In the future, we plan to license and/or franchise our company in order to create more opportunities for farmers and companies to use our eco-friendly service. We plan to change the way that farmers raise and cultivate their crops and feed their livestock, but it is also adaptable for different sized farms and the specific needs of the farmer. This graph here shows the layout for our company's business method and the benefits of eco-friendly farming.
Products sold directly. We will be selling nutrient supplements directly to add to the algae blend once harvested. For chickens, we have a broiler chicken supplement mix, a pullet supplement mix, and a supplement mix for laying hens. We have supplement mixes for the average pig, along with gestating and lactating sows. Mixes for cattle include the average beef cow, beef bulls, and lactating and gestating dairy cows. Calves also have their own unique supplement mix. Our unique algae blend can also be purchased separately as a start for the farmer's algae stock. Now those were just the direct sales, but for franchising and licensing of our product, the customers will have the opportunity to cultivate the algae themselves, although they will have to purchase the nutrient supplements directly from us. With this setup, along with some patents, our methods and recipes for the complete algae blend will be only accessible to our company, not to the general public. Now, what are the future steps for continuing our eco-friendly farming business? Well, as you can see in this graph, the first phase will be comprised of using our seed money to conduct real-life experiments at the land that we own in River Park, Florida. Throughout these experiments, we will be in constant contact with a PhD, veterinarian, biologist, microbiologist, and a botanist. We will also apply for patents and trademarks along the way. The next phase would be to advance our business onto a state level through direct selling. And lastly, the final phase shows the advancement into a worldwide operating business, where we will develop a global transport system and branch out into licensing.
So judges, are you ready to join us in sustaining the planet for future generations to come?
Thank you.
So great job. This is definitely a different sort of thinking you guys are trying to bring into. However, I was expecting you to, when you are replacing the diet of any living thing, I was expecting you to give a comparison chart. That's number one. Comparison with the current diet, what is the calorie requirements, and what is the calorie requirement this diet meets. So this scientific data was missing, this important scientific data. That's number one. Number two is acceptance by cattle. Fine, we have a great substitute, but what if they just simply don't like it? They just simply don't eat it. So maybe you'd want to run to someone who is rearing cattle and say, hey, you know what, try this, and give us a feedback, maybe give us a video or picture, like how they're eating it, they're happy, not happy. Okay, so that would have been great, but this definitely is a different innovative thinking.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think you've settled on a really interesting problem, thinking about, the meat that we eat and, what, as you showed, what it takes to feed, all of the livestock. And then as I was thinking about what you've developed, I'm thinking about scale a little bit, and, how much algae do I need to produce to feed, a certain number of broiler chickens, for example, and then how big of an aquaponics system do I need to match my broiler house that can have, tens of thousands of chickens in it. And that would help me understand a little bit better how your business model would work. But it was really exciting to see, in your future plans, how you've got some of those technical partnerships set up, so then perhaps you could get some of that data moving forward of, what it's going to take to bring this out to market. So that's fantastic, and I encourage you to continue working with those experts.
Thank
you very much.
Really interesting concept. I love this sort of stuff. Innovative solutions to big problems. You're clearly at the idea stage rather than the prototyping stage. So you want to frame your presentation like that. What I'm left wondering is, what do you need next? What are you asking for? You haven't actually asked for anything in your presentation. Are you asking for $500 to do some testing and see if the concept actually works, or are you asking for $500,000 to start building? And I suspect it's more the former, but you want to be clear on that. You're very well presented. You've done a lot of research. One suggestion, the more that you learn your pitch and you can leave your notes behind, the more fluid you'll be, the more confident you'll be, the more eye contact you'll have with people. You'll do yourself a lot of service doing that. Thank you. Well done.
Thank you.
Thank you, Christina Victoria Mackenzie. That was a good presentation. I won't say what everybody else has said here. I just have a couple of questions to help you through this journey, which I think you should continue. First thing is the name. Eco-friendly, and I'm not sure whether you've thought of it, but that's too generic. So you, in this sort of field, you need to kind of think about what you're going to be called. And the second thing is, when you do start prototyping testing, you do want to show some sort of analysis with your competitors. What else, what are the alternatives? So I heard you say it is better, but I want validation to see it is, show me the data. But otherwise, carry on. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
So first of all, being in 7th grade and doing a presentation in this room is phenomenal. You have done better than some of my peers, so very, very well for that. My wife is a farm girl, so she would absolutely love to see this presentation. I have seen videos of aquafarming, so being able to have a fishery provide the algae to provide the nutrients. The more self-sustaining that you can get a farm to be, the more attractive that's going to be, because that means less money they're going to have to spend getting the nutrients. I think right now it takes about 300 acres for a farm to break even right now in the United States. So with this, If you can prove that a 50-acre farm can be just as profitable, that would be phenomenal. Showing what it takes, how much fish do you need to supply, how much algae for how many plants, and then how much livestock can you support. If you can provide those numbers, then farmers are going to be more welcoming to this idea. But everything exists, and you're connecting the dots, which is very innovative. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
All right. So thank you, futuristic farmers. So our fifth team is Impetus from Battle Creek Area Math and Science Center in Battle Creek, Michigan. So their innovation, H2O use, is designed to provide underdeveloped countries with a renewable source of water that can be used for agriculture. So please give a hand to Impetus.
Good morning. My name is James George.
I'm Zach Kuchko.
And together we form Team Impetus. Today we would like to introduce you to our product, H2Ouse. In 2015, Baba Sahib Mahaske, a small farmer located in Maharashtra, India, committed suicide. He did so due to the massive debt that he had accumulated because of the failure of his crops due to the drought that had occurred for the last 2 years. Mr. Mahaske attempted to pay off his debt by using the loan that he had taken out for his eldest daughter's wedding, as well as 2 additional bank loans. Unfortunately, it was not enough, as his crops continued to fail. And eventually, he ended his own life. Sadly enough, this is not a unique issue in this region. As many as 3,328 farmers have been estimated to commit suicide in 2015 due to financial-related issues because of the drought. In fact, this issue of water scarcity as it relates to crop yields is an even bigger issue worldwide. With more than 70% of the global daily water withdrawals going toward irrigation systems, water scarcity is a bigger issue now more than ever. So when my partner and I first set out to solve this issue, we realized that we would need to start by targeting the areas that were most affected by water fatigue. As you may see, we began to notice a pattern. Many of the countries, such as the ones that are outlined in the deepest, darkest red, that have the highest levels of water fatigue also are surrounded or at least located near large bodies of salt water, such as the ocean or the sea. So we knew that if we could find a way to desalinate large quantities of water, we'd be able to provide farmers with the easy, clean solution to water their crops. So our next step was finding a way to look for a fuel that was both renewable and cheap.
So we went with organic waste materials such as human and animal waste products because it is both very sustainable and it's virtually everywhere. Essentially, when you let organic materials sit for a long enough period of time, they go through what's known as anaerobic digestion. And that's essentially when bacteria eat away at the waste and produce methane, which we can use to power our desalination. The byproduct of this, the solid waste, can also be used as a very potent fertilizer. So to the left, you'll see our digester tank, which is going to be an enamel-coated steel tank. That's where the organic materials will go. And after a short period of time, they'll start producing methane. That methane will be piped on over to the right assembly, or to the assembly to the right, which is a greenhouse, where it'll be used to desalinate the water. The water will then drip down from the conical structures on the ceiling onto plants. Additionally, the sea salt left over from the desalination can be sold for a profit.
And as you might notice, our setup slightly resembles that of a greenhouse. And this is actually how we derived our name, H2Ouse, because our product isn't just a desalination plant or even a waste management facility. It's all of those things, as well as a locally sourced, fully sustainable greenhouse that provides water for its own crops. Now, unfortunately, as apparently some airlines frown upon bringing fully charged gas tanks through airport security, we were unable to bring a source of fuel for our prototype. But as you can see, every part that's projected on the image above is also represented in our prototype below.
So H2House doesn't really have any direct competition, seeing how it's a fairly unique product. But when compared to a current desalination plant, roughly of comparable size, it should be nearly 2,000 times less expensive. And it doesn't require the massive amount of infrastructure that like a desalination plant would require, as well as electrical costs. And it doubles as a waste management facility, which a lot of developing areas really need for sanitation purposes.
So in order to make our product a reality, we realized that we would need to break up the future into manageable steps. One of those would be performing market research, creating a working prototype, and even obtaining a patent. Now, in order to obtain our estimated initial startup cost of around $100,000, we knew that we'd need to go to charitable third-party organizations such as the Red Cross, the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, and the United States Agency for International Development. Now, we reached out to these organizations primarily because they are known to help organizations or even efforts that are trying to improve situations in developing regions. We view our project more as a humanitarian effort than a profit-making venture. While we are fully confident that our product will do very well in the market and would be able to turn a profit, we want it, our primary objective is that it will be cheap and available to anyone who might need it. And so we would also try to use crowdfunding efforts such as grant requests to local community foundations and even larger websites such as the EDCO page or the GoFundMe app. Next, we would reach out to companies who are already known to be involved in sustainable agricultural practices. For example, Heifer International is a multi-billion-dollar corporation which actually works with farmers to help them increase their crop yields and find more efficient ways of producing their fuels. We would go to such organizations in order to find ways to make our machine more efficient, such as information on how we could extract more biogas from our waste, and also, finally, just to make sure our machine is friendly to the farmers who might need to use it. Finally, we would market the product to private investors so we could begin production.
So within the next 6 months or so, we hope to receive funding in order to actually patent our idea. Within the next year or so, we hope to work in collaboration with some organizations to actually create a prototype that's roughly $1,200. And then within the next 2 years or so, we hope to actually begin creating and selling H2Os both domestically and internationally.
So these are the works that we have used during the course of this presentation. And finally, our product can truly change and revolutionize the world around us by preventing starvation everywhere. All we need is your help. Thank you for your time.
All right, guys. So I like that you talked about comparing it with a distilling plant. We have those on aircraft carriers. A distilling plant about the size of this stage, 6 times over, can produce about 100,000 gallons a day, and it takes us 4 of them just to stay at sea for about a month. So you started the comparison with a distilling plant, but try and go a bit further, because how big does this thing need to be? I keep saying this multiple times. How big does this need to be? How does it compare to other competition? You talked about using seawater. That's great. Navy does that because we float on seawater. And then that brings up the limitation of how far inland can you get this? Because not all the farms are on the coast. You have a lot of farms on the inland. So how far in can you get this product? And then you mentioned selling the seawater that stays behind. The Navy refers to that as brine. I'm not entirely sure how you would sell that, but that's just a personal knowledge deficiency. I don't know how big of a market that is. So if there is a huge market, please emphasize that to show just how much more profitable it is. Other than that, great presentation.
Thank you.
Okay, again, a really great presentation, a compelling humanitarian need, a lot of activity in this place, and I think you've kind of really exemplified a solution. What I'd love to have seen was more information in terms of the scientific basis. So I think the penultimate slide showed some works, but you just kind of rushed through that. And immediately that was the credibility to kind of say, we've done some thinking on that. So that would be important to emphasize. The other thing is the practicalities of it. So how easy is it to kind of put it up? And, you know, I was left with not sure about that. So again, I'm sure you have the answers, but it's almost being able to kind of be able to respond to those questions. I'd encourage, there's a lot of activity in this area. This is all about collaboration. So I would say, you know, as soon as you can, collaborate. There are, you know, and if you can come to me afterwards, there are a number of companies, societies, as you say, foundations in this space. So well done.
I think I'm going to be the bad guy here, so stand by. I love, you know, you're well turned out. You've well practiced it. You've got a prototype. That's fantastic. It's lovely to see, and not your fault that you couldn't get it working. Here's my problem. I'm not sure what you're delivering. So you've got two things. You've got a biomass energy plant, and you've got a desalination plant. I didn't hear anything about what your desalination process was. Maybe I missed it. Maybe I misunderstood it. But it didn't sound like anything innovative, and I didn't get the feeling that your energy plant was different to other methods of biomass consumption. So if it is, you need to detail how it's different and how it compares to existing methods or other methods being developed. You need to really clearly demonstrate how you stand out from the crowd and why yours is better. That's what I think your presentation is missing. You need to emphasize that.
Thank you.
So to start off the presentation with the story, I think helped us as an audience become empathetic to that, you know, to farming and some of the issues that they faced. And I would love to have seen the presentation come back to that, you know, thinking about that person's farm, you know, the area that you showed your device takes up. Can one individual afford to give up that much crop space? Is this something that, you know, a collective or group of farmers, and then, you know, who ultimately will maintain and keep this device running over time? I think those are some of the things that could help to strengthen your presentation and your pitch here, to show, you know, okay, we might not be the most financially, you know, out to make money, but, you know, this is our story. This is who we're helping. And that really helps us buy into your story and the impact your technology can have, because you have settled on such a big problem, you know, as you stated at the beginning.
Thank you.
Very well presented, guys. Happy to see that your generation is thinking on problems like this, because this is a problem which you guys have to deal with. Your generation has to deal with. As the judges has pointed out, you know, desalination is not a new concept. So I really had a hard time answering this question to myself. So where's the innovation? So in a layman's term, innovation for me is doing anything cheaper, faster, better, if you're not creating anything new. So if I ask that question, is it cheap? When that comparison is missing. Is it fast? Like our friend Navy said, their desalination plant is producing 100,000 gallons a day. So is it fast? Is it better? If it is better, on what parameter it's better? Try to answer on those parameters. You guys are going great when you are starting to think like that, and that too for humanitarian considerations. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
So thank you, Impetus. Our sixth team is Microbe Tech from John Paul College in Rotorua, New Zealand. Their innovation, Symbio, a natural, more environmentally friendly alternative to conventional fertilizers such as urea and ammonium nitrate. So please give a hand to Microbe Tech.
Good morning, judges, audience, and fellow students. My name is Kesia, and this is Shulan. Together, we make up Team Microbe Tech. We've come all the way from New Zealand, and we're really excited to tell you about our innovative biofertilizer called Symbio. Most of you are probably familiar with the concept of fertilizer. Farmers use fertilizer on a large scale to maximize crop yields and feed the global population. Last year alone, 190 million tons of fertilizer were used worldwide. The main type of fertilizer used in agriculture is synthetic fertilizer. The main issue with synthetic fertilizer is that it is inefficient and has adverse environmental impacts. On average, crops recover less than half of the nutrients contained in synthetic fertilizer. This is a huge waste of both resources and money. As you can see, fertilizer use has increased steadily over time and is only projected to increase as a growing population drives demand for agricultural outputs. The nutrient loss has been linked to climate change and eutrophication.
Here are some examples of eutrophic lakes. When excess nutrients enter a body of water, growth of algal and cyanobacterial blooms are stimulated. This can cause oxygen depletion or hypoxia within the body of water, leading to decreases in biodiversity, creation of ecological dead zones, and reduction in water quality. These damages worldwide have estimated to cost billions, so clearly we need a solution to this problem. We need a fertilizer that is capable of efficiently providing a range of nutrients while still being sustainable and eco-friendly. Enter Symbio, a biological solution to man-made problems. Our product Symbio is a compound nutrient biofertilizer that works by harnessing the power of symbiosis and biological nitrogen fixation. It is made up of a unique dual strain of bacteria called Nugenibacter vanlangenesis and Bacillus megaterium, which we isolated and tested. These bacteria are both plant growth promoting rhizobium and can either fix or solubilize nutrients for plant use. On application of Symbio, these bacteria penetrate plant roots to form root nodules, developing a symbiosis with the plant. The plants get a built-in supply of nitrogen, and the bacteria get a habitat within the plant roots. Through the release of organic acids, these bacteria also allow for more nutrients to be mobilized in the soil and taken up by plants. These nutrients include phosphorus, potassium, and zinc. Symbio also provides additional soil improving benefits, such as improved disease suppression, improved water retention, and increased biodiversity. Bacterial enzymes strictly regulate nutrient delivery to plants, thus balancing soil nutrient levels and mitigating nutrient loss. This gives affected ecosystems a chance to re-equilibrate and return to their natural state.
By the year 2020, the global fertilizer market is expected to be worth around $185 billion. Therefore, there is huge market potential for our product. Symbio has a competitive advantage over all types of fertilizer currently on the market. Synthetic fertilizers can provide multiple nutrients, but are not sustainable. Organic fertilizers, made from decomposing organic wastes, are better for the environment, but fail in terms of nutrient delivery. Existing biofertilizers are sustainable because they use other bacterial strains. However, they are expensive, provide only one nutrient, and have a limited application window. Many existing biofertilizers also do not meet industry standards. After optimization, Symbio will tick all the boxes and combine the advantages of other fertilizer types while mitigating their downsides. The immediate next step for us is to conduct in-depth research and field trials to optimize Symbio and ensure it delivers on its promises. A key goal during this stage will be to modify the bacteria so that it has to be reapplied with each crop rotation. This will help ensure product profitability. We will create Symbio by upscaling culturing procedures from the use of shaker flasks to seed and industrial fermenters. This will help us create large amounts of Symbio affordably. We estimate this phase will cost us about $3.6 million over the first 5 years. We will seek this funding from the New Zealand government and as well as private investment. We will also invest in intellectual property protection during this stage in preparation for the next phase.
The next phase of market entry is licensing to and partnering with an established company to manufacture and distribute Symbio. This partnership will be key as it allows us to save on startup costs and also get our product to where it is needed. Firstly, we will start selling Symbio at a national level. An expansion to large-scale agricultural operations internationally would then occur once Microbtech has brand establishment. Meeting industry standards and local regulations will be important in this phase. We expect to have ongoing research and development costs as we incorporate new technologies to keep Symbio ahead of its competitors. This will include developing other application forms, such as solid capsules, sprays, seed coatings, and crop-specific formulations. Creation of these multiple formulations will help to increase market potential and aid in brand establishment. Here at Microbtech, our vision is to reach the global large-scale agriculture industry, sparking a transition from synthetic to biological fertilizer use within the next 15 years. We see a better future through the use of Symbio because it is a step towards sustainable agriculture, allowing for our needs to be met without compromising that of future generations. This will help to fight poverty and increase the quality of life for people around the world. We hope that you'll join us on this journey towards a greener world. Thank you for your time.
Again, very well presented, and you have identified a valid problem. However, I noticed the focus was more on the before and after of the solution. So you just focused on 1 or 2 slides on the solution itself, and you focus a lot more on the problem and what you're going to do after you have the solution. So it'll be great if you're going to focus more on the solution itself, giving data, scientific data, so to convince whomsoever and wherever you're going, right? Overall, a good job and good way of thought. Thank you.
At the beginning, the first slides, I thought of the eutrophication really set up the problem and the need for such a solution. The one thing that I was left wondering is, you've talked about this sort of in general, but in terms of your go-to-market strategy, is there a particular crop, a particular group of farmers, for example, who, your product would work best for? And then that could really help you set up some concrete comparisons for that group, and then that gives you a base to grow from. So the more specific and quantitative you can make this be, the easier it is to convince us as judges to give you that money. And I thought, I was excited to see that your group asked for so much money because you need that much money, and you had a realistic view of what it would take to bring this to market, and you weren't shy for asking for what you needed, and that's important.
Great area to pick, and well presented. It's a real problem. If you're going to ask for money, you need to demonstrate the workability of your solution. So you need some test results in there, or even if you can't test it, you need to present other people's test results that show that this solution works. Otherwise, you've just got a scientific idea. Also, 3.6 million is good to ask for. It's a lot of money. You want to probably present at least a summary level breakdown of how you calculated that. And possibly, you know, if you're at really early stages, you might want to break up that amount into, we need this amount first, and then we need this amount later. You know, if you need a couple of 100,000 to do early testing to be able to show that it's viable, and then that will help you to get the 3.6 million, then do it that way. But really interesting subject matter. Well done.
Thank you, Cassie and Shulam. You both come from a phenomenal place. Rotorua, I've been there. I want to live there. So you're a head start already. So fantastic. I say 3.6 million. I say go for it, because I look at this. I feel this isn't a step towards sustainable agriculture. This is a leap. Yeah, this is fantastic. I was impressed. I was impressed by you looking at the industry standards and thinking on that vein. I wrote down here a biological solution to a man-made problem. Fantastic. I just say go get it. Fantastic.
So I probably missed it, but I'm not entirely sure what the difference is, how you produce your fertilizer from other biofertilizers, and that I think would help you separate why you are different from the others. You talked about the benefits of yours over biofertilizer, but in your production, I know there are some seed companies that actually require their farmers that they will consistently buy their product, and that forces a profit. One thing to just think about when you go back is fertilizer burnout. Sometimes if you put too much of a nutrient in a soil, you ruin the soil for producing other kind of crops. So when you go back to New Zealand, definitely talk to fertilizing companies, talk to farmers, and just continue to grow that knowledge so that way you can keep this going.
All right. So great job, Microbe Tech. So real quick, guys, please remember to be respectful while other teams are presenting and while the judges are speaking. But now moving on to our 7th team, Nano Nerds from Folsom High School, Mira Loma High School, and Winston Churchill Middle School in California. Their innovation, the polyesterinator, is a digester that consumes styrofoam and produces the biodegradable plastic in PHA and energy. So please welcome Nano Nerds. All right, I remember to say it this time.
Hi, we're the Nano Nerds, a nonprofit organization, and this is our patent pending invention, the polystyrinator.
Imagine you order some food at a restaurant and call the waiter to box up your leftovers. He boxes them up and you take them home. Or maybe you just ordered that phone charger online and it's delivered to your house. You open up the package and just throw the box away.
Now, from to-go boxes to packing peanuts, we fail to recognize the role that styrofoam plays in our daily life. I mean, we've all heard the story that styrofoam is bad for marine and wildlife, yet we continue to use it because of the cost, convenience, and weight of the styrofoam. But not to fear, the Nano Nerds are here with our patent-pending invention, the polystyrinator, to save our environment.
In the U.S., we throw away 1,369 tons of styrofoam each day, which adds up to being 539 Lake Tahoes. Styrofoam takes thousands of years to biodegrade, which makes it harmful to marine and wildlife. The polystyrinator was created to convert styrofoam into something that is beneficial for the environment.
Before we created a process for our digester, we read a scientific article about the bacteria Pseudomonas petita, better known as P. petita. The article said that the CA3 strand of pea potato is able to consume styrene oil and produce the biodegradable plastic polyhydroxyl or PHA. With this knowledge, we created a digester that converts styrofoam into PHA and energy.
Unlike other solutions, our solution does not require styrofoam to be cleaned before it is put into the digester. The polystyrenator allows styrofoam to be disposed of because it is converted into a biodegradable plastic and energy, unlike styrofoam recycling, where it is converted from styrofoam back to styrofoam.
Our invention is a two-chambered system that takes in styrofoam and converts it into energy and the biodegradable plastic PHA. The first chamber is 25 cubic feet and the second chamber is 3 cubic feet. 617 liters of styrofoam enters the first chamber every hour via a screw conveyor system. The first chamber is anaerobic to prevent combustion. Once the styrofoam is in the first chamber, it is heated to 520 degrees Celsius, causing the pyrolysis of styrofoam into its monomer, styrene oil. The 617 liters of styrofoam is converted to 14.2 liters of styrene oil. We use the catalyst magnesium oxide to speed up the process by a 15-fold. Any gases produced in this process will be burned for energy. Next, all the gases in the chamber are cooled down to 90 degrees Celsius, which causes them to turn to their liquid form. Then everything is heated back up again to 145 degrees Celsius, which is the boiling point of styrene oil. This causes the styrene oil to rise through a tube at the top of the chamber and head to the second chamber. In front of the tube, there will be a valve that only opens once the chamber reaches 145 degrees Celsius and will close shortly after. This prevents any liquids with a higher boiling point from going into the second chamber. Now stay with me as we go into the second chamber. In the second chamber, the CA3 strain of Pseudomonas petita mixes with the now liquid form of styrene oil. The bacteria is supplied a bacterial growth medium that is slowly fed nitrogen. The presence of nitrogen in the growth medium increases the yield of PHA from the bacteria. The chamber is kept at 25 to 30 degrees Celsius, which is the optimum temperature for pea potato growth. At the bottom of the chamber, there will be a flat filter that has holes that are smaller than 0.5 micrometers. The bacteria would not fall through these holes, but the excreted plastic will. At the bottom of the filter, the excreted plastic will be collected every 24 hours autonomously and shipped to wherever it is needed.
Now that we've told you about the scientific details of our polystyrenator, let's talk about the money.
Now, the current cost for PHA is around $550 for 25 kilograms, which is a high price, but it's due to the difficulty of PHA production. So for the PHA from the digester to be competitive, we would be selling ours for half that. Now, this would make the owner of the digester around $374 per day and over $136,000 per year, which is a huge incentive for landfills to buy our product. Next, the energy from the gas production in the first chamber can be used to offset the energy needed and also be used for income. And the amount of energy will vary based on the other things that are on the styrofoam and the amount of styrofoam that is placed in based on the size of the digester. So in short, the polystyrenator converts styrofoam into a biodegradable plastic, PHA, and energy, both of which can be sold on the market. In terms of marketing, we want to have word of mouth, Google Ads, and other social media platforms to get the word out about our invention.
The current cost of our digester is $60,000. A lot of other digesters are in the $1 million range, but we have been able to lower the cost of ours by having it implemented in facilities that already have the ability to collect the gases produced and burn them for energy. Most landfills and recycling centers already have this ability, and in where we live, California, it is required in all landfills. A federal grant can cover up to 25% of the cost of most of this current digester, and the buyer can use a loan to cover the rest. The sale of PHA and energy will yield $136,000 for the owner per year, which means that the digester pays itself off in less than 6 months.
Our top priority for the polystyrenator is to create a working prototype. The total cost would be around $6,000. After creating a prototype, we would need around $250,000 to get it to the market.
This unit would be best implemented in recycling centers and landfills. The PHA produced from the digester could be sold in the 3D printing industry to be used to make PHA/PLA filament. The demand for PHA in the construction and medical industry is growing, making it profitable for the owner. The digester would pay itself off in less than 6 months, then earn the owner a profit, making this an incentive for landfills and recycling centers to buy this.
To conclude, let's talk about why our invention is different, therefore making it worth your investment and time. The polystyrenator is compatible with impure styrofoam, which makes it more efficient than current day solutions.
Thank you for listening.
All right, guys, so really good presentation. You focused a lot on the PHA, on being able to use that. The fact that you had a picture of a landfill being used as a bioreactor, that's a really big thing. I know the U.S. is shifting from dry landfills to wet landfills, so that's really good. You know your market. You know that it's going to be productive. I'm sorry that you weren't able to finish your presentation due to time considerations, because my question is, where does the heat go? You said you have a byproduct of heat and you have the PHA and whatnot on the other side. Does that heat eventually go back into the process? Does that get used in a furnace somewhere else? Hopefully that was somewhere later in the presentation, but so far, really solid job.
Thank you. Again, thank you very much. Very robust, very compelling case. I really enjoyed it. My only comments are, now the kind of next phase, what you need to do to kind of move from the proof of concept there, just more thought about that. That's it. So thank you.
Just for once, I can't think of much to say. I thought that was extraordinary. Your idea is fantastic. I hope it works. If it does, I'm sure it will sell a lot. Good job.
I thought you brought a lot of energy and enthusiasm about your idea to the stage, which I think is really important. One question that I had was, where are you getting your styrofoam? If the problem is that there's too much styrofoam going into the landfill, as you mentioned earlier, you're a nonprofit, so are there other education things you need to do to help people get the styrofoam directly to your device instead of ending in the landfill and somebody need to pick it out, that kind of thing? And this is something that a lot of teams could probably learn from, but as you're developing a prototype, when you listed the costs, the cost of developing a prototype is much more than the cost of the parts themselves. So you outlined what the final prototype must cost, but there are other incremental costs to consider in that process as well.
Guys, great job. Very well presented. Don't worry about the time. You did what you have to do. So you conveyed the message very well. Throughout your presentation, I was thinking that this data is missing. And whoa, next slide, this had this data. So you have all the data, you have everything. Just let us know how many kgs of styrofoam, what amount of styrofoam will this process in a day. So think about that, right? If that was missing, that's fine. If it was there, that's okay. So I might have missed that. Great job.
All right. Oh, okay. All right, guys. Okay, so thank you, Styrofilter. Now, thank you, Nano Nerds. Our 8th team is Styrofilter from Columbus Academy and Ghana Lincoln High School in Columbus, Ohio. Their innovation, Styrofilter, is a filtration media delivering highly effective air and water filtration at low cost. Please welcome Styrofilter.
This is expanded polystyrene foam, commonly known as styrofoam. It's used everywhere, from packing peanuts to styrofoam cups to takeout containers. Polystyrene is used all over the world because it is an affordable and extremely versatile material.
Unfortunately, polystyrene is considered a non-renewable resource because it is neither feasible nor viable to recycle. In fact, polystyrene waste fills up a staggering 25% of landfills.
But what if we told you that that can be converted into this? This is activated carbon, which is highly effective in purifying water, which also happens to be one of the top global problems facing the world today. And we are excited to tell you our story.
We first became aware of the growing styrofoam crisis when our friends visited Central America. When they got back, they told us that they saw beaches littered with overwhelming amounts of styrofoam trash, so we decided to research it further.
And the statistics are mind-blowing. Every year, almost 2 billion pounds of polystyrene gets thrown away, littering our natural environment and taking over 500 years to degrade.
And there just aren't any good existing solutions for used polystyrene. It is possible to use it in lightweight concrete, but these products have limited application. Others are working to convert it back into polystyrene pellets, but this process is difficult and expensive.
Researchers from Stanford have recently discovered a worm and its associated bacteria that degrades polystyrene, but this solution is just too inefficient.
So we began researching, and after studying the chemical makeup of polystyrene, we found that it is over 92% carbon.
This is what sparked our idea. We hypothesized that we could first densify and then convert polystyrene into pure activated carbon that could be used for water filtration.
Activated carbon is the main component of almost any water filter. It is a form of carbon that has small micropores with extremely high surface area to move contaminants from water or even air. So we asked ourselves, is it possible to turn an environmental problem into an environmental solution?
Yes, lack of clean water is the #1 problem in third world countries, and we hypothesized and proved that styrofoam can be converted into activated carbon, solving 2 global problems with just 1 solution.
And we call our idea Styrofilter. Styrofilter uses styrofoam trash to produce a novel type of activated carbon that is an extremely effective purification media.
Activated carbon is currently made from wood or coal, which adds considerable raw material cost for manufacturers. And we hypothesized that by using polystyrene as the input material, we could save both money and the environment.
So we began experimenting. Because expanded polystyrene foam is mostly air, we found that we could first reduce its volume by over 95% by either physically compressing the blocks at 100 degrees C or by heating the blocks at 150 degrees C without compression.
We then performed a series of experiments to carbonize the polystyrene at elevated temperature. And after many failures and over 50 hours of experiments, we successfully converted the polystyrene into carbon with over 75% efficiency.
We then used chemical reagents to etch the carbon and increase its surface area. Coupled with heating, we created highly pure activated carbon with a surface area of over 300 square meters per gram. That's the equivalent to the area of a tennis court in just 1 single gram of our activated carbon. In addition, our activated carbon has extensive mesopores and micropores to trap contaminants.
We then proceeded to confirm the effectiveness and safety of our activated carbon. And after running a variety of water filtration experiments, we confirmed that our activated carbon successfully reduced water contaminants. And we also ran a series of FTIR tests, which confirmed that our activated carbon was safe.
We worked with scientists and engineers at Rumpke Recycling, Calgon Carbon, Battelle Laboratories, and 4 different universities. and they all have confirmed that we have developed a safe and innovative solution to a global environmental problem. We have therefore received startup funding from XPRIZE and the US Army, and we have filed a full patent on our process.
Styrofilter also provides a very attractive cost advantage when compared to commercial grade activated carbon. And since Styrofilter uses lower costs for raw materials and utilities, the overall cost savings amount to a 10% reduction in overall cost. And in addition, we could potentially receive government incentives to consume polystyrene waste from recycling centers.
But you may be wondering about toxicity. In our commercial process, any trace amounts of aromatic byproducts would be collected and used to produce other industrial products. In addition, since our process uses similar techniques to current commercial processes, existing facilities can be used.
Our business model has an exceptionally low risk and high return. In our first phase of operations, we will be licensing the Styrofilter product and process to current activated carbon manufacturers.
And due to its ease of implementation, Styrofilter will be highly profitable. We plan to charge a license fee of 10 cents per kilogram of Styrofilter produced. Assuming less than 0.1% market penetration, license fees on 500 tons of activated carbon will provide sales revenue of $50,000 in year one. Profits from ongoing sales would fund further expansion with other manufacturing partners.
Our next steps are to conduct further research to optimize our process and run plant trials. Winning the Conrad Spirit of Innovation Award will be tremendously beneficial, spreading awareness of our solution. And it would also connect us with top business leaders to help us launch our business.
With Styrofilter, we will be able to save the environment by reducing the amount of styrofoam trash in landfills and filtering water using activated carbon, turning dirty waste into clean water. Thank you.
So I was thinking that we just had one solution for a styrofoam problem, the previous one. So we have one more, so that's great. So very well presented, good solution as well. And I really like the way you have given the scientific data, your research data, your research outcome, what failed, what passed. That's really good. Your financial data is also very well prepared. So you look very well prepared to go on the market. Thank you.
As with the last group, one thing I'm wondering about still is how does the styrofoam get to the processing plant? And at the beginning, you hooked us into the idea that you're keeping styrofoam out of the landfills, and you're also filtering water for the developing countries. But then it seemed like when we got to the details of the business, once the carbon filters are made, that's kind of out of your hands because you're going to license your work. So just to think about your pitch, is that the focus of what you want to draw us into right now? Or is that something that maybe you'll think about with how you set up a venture down the road? There could be two different ways to go there.
Very, very polished performance. I thought that was the most polished I've seen here so far at this event. So very well done for that. I'm left with two questions. You mentioned byproducts, and that would be high in my mind personally as to what those are, how harmful they are, how you would mitigate that. So I don't know if you actually just burn it and it lets off carbon dioxide. Probably not, but I don't know from your presentation. So a little bit of expansion on that would be a good thing. Also, I'm not sure what the market for that carbon is compared to how much styrofoam you're going to treat. It could be a complete mismatch. I don't know. So some data on how big the market is and how much styrofoam that is that can be processed would be useful to demonstrate that. But really, really good presentation. Well done.
Wow, fantastic. Every question I had, you answered in the next slide, so I was like, okay, I won't ask anymore. I was educated. Only questions I have for you is to seriously think about your financial model going forwards. There are smart ways, and this is what Nancy and the Conrad Foundation do to protect yourselves, but there are clever, detailed considerations you need to look at. So well done.
Just like she said, every time I came up with a question, you answered it on the next slide. In the business that I'm in right now with recruiting, we have the little adage, less is more, and you had just enough information to answer the majority of my questions, but it wasn't overbearing to the point where I got confused and lost in what you were presenting. You definitely got my attention. Thank you.
Wow. Okay, thank you, Cyrofilter. Our final team, the power plants from Northside Shore High School and Soddy Vesant High School and Pingree High School in New York and New Jersey. Their innovation, PlantStem, is farming and gardening technology that suggests which plants the user should purchase and where to place them for a more sustainable garden. Please welcome the power plants.
Good morning, everyone. It's an honor to be here. My name is Lindsay Yu.
I'm Hallie Bello.
And we present you with the PlantStem, an incredible invention that will revolutionize the gardening process. But first, a little bit about us.
Unfortunately, Kyle and HK were not able to make it to our presentation today. But we are from 4 different schools, and we first met at the Cooper Union Summer STEM program last summer. With access to 3D printers and patent lawyers, we invented an innovative idea and business that we believe can solve many prominent issues. Gardening is inefficient. Very often, an average gardener will purchase plants for their garden that are doomed and cannot thrive because of their conditions in their garden environment. When a gardener looks for help, possibly by searching online, they receive help that is often too general and ineffective.
There is a huge need for a service and vast gardening network that considers the user's individual environmental conditions and helps them plant a garden that will thrive. Plants have a wide spectrum of abilities and possess specific growing conditions. Imagine if we had the power to access and benefit from them. We could directly increase the cost effectiveness and sustainability of gardens worldwide.
And by doing so, we could tackle the global problem of malnourishment. In many underdeveloped and struggling communities, national organizations have formed to provide their citizens with free, fresh produce, show them the importance of healthy eating, and teach them how to contribute to sustainable agriculture.
Instead of simply providing emergency food to these communities, many experts believe that it would be most beneficial for the people to learn sustainable agriculture and how to cultivate the food for themselves.
These communities are often faced with strange or adverse growing conditions and severe monetary limitations. These new gardeners need somebody to show them how to plant their gardens to produce the maximum amount of produce from within their budget.
So now for the big reveal. How do we plan to fix these problems? What is PlantStem? PlantStem is a plant probe and online service that analyzes its users' environmental conditions and helps them design the most ideal and sustainable garden as possible.
The probe design is simple. You place the probe into the desired location of your garden. It collects information about this area, such as pH levels, moisture content, hours of sunlight, and temperature, using the multiple sensors that we have wired within the probe. The entire system is run by the Arduino Mega within the probe. By Bluetooth, the data about the conditions are sent back into the probe, and the code cycles through the plants in our database using the algorithm that we wrote in Java. Then, it finds which plants will work best in your environment based on a comparison of probe-read conditions and the conditions of the plants within our database. After that, the program prints the results to a page in our online platform. However, this is just the beginning. Users then have the option to use our virtual planning software, where they will have the ability to manage a visual design of their garden from their computer.
This software will be encoded with knowledge of companion planting, which is when one plant can either be conducive or detrimental to the growth or productivity of another plant. This could be particularly useful in communities that need to have an increased output of produce. Users may also enter special requests to filter their list of suggested plants. Here, we are tapping into the profound power of plants, ranging anywhere from their appearance to their ability to repel deer or attract butterflies.
We have successfully crafted a probe apparatus that collects pH, temperature, moisture, and sunlight exposure, and have coded a small database of 20 plants. This is an example input of the initial code that we drafted over the summer after we placed the probe into a plot of soil.
So how novel is this idea? There are a few other plant monitors on the market, however, none of them offer the extensive service that PlantStem promises. Competitors such as BSK Tech, Newer, and Puritest simply report the user's conditions. We instead utilize this information to design an ideal and efficient garden for them.
So what is next for us? In order to move further with this idea, we need to find investors. And we are seeking funding from venture capitalists, possible government research grants, and large-scale funding services such as Kickstarter.
Once we hit the market, we plan to find revenue streams through subscriptions to our gardening network and online service, through the selling of the physical probe apparatus, and through our paid recommendations and advertisements to our users for gardening and landscaping suppliers local to them.
And of course, in order to address our goals of solving malnutrition issues, we would offer subsidized programs to those in need, helping communities establish more sustainable gardens and food resources. We have broken up our financial plan into a few different sections. We plan to start local and will need funding to purchase business licenses and cover tax costs. Currently, our idea is patent pending, and we have successfully filed a provisional patent application. We would like to purchase a full patent for our idea, which costs around $20,000.
Our prototype of our probe was constructed under a $50 budget. We hope to reduce this amount and rent a working facility to develop and manufacture more probes. This requires funding, about $500 a month, and 3D printers, each around $2,000. Our probe relies on precise scientific and computational accuracy. Therefore, we need to employ skilled researchers and programmers to improve this accuracy. Salaries will vary.
Lastly, we will need to access the marketing tools, including database management and accounting system services. This will likely be around $20 a month. We also need to find effective advertising for our brand, possibly on popular gardening websites or magazines. Our total estimate for research and development of this product would be approximately $100,000. PlantStem has big plans for the future. We'd like to establish strong connections in the business world and the gardening market. We hope to improve the design and accuracy of our probe and online database of plants. By late August of this year, we hope to complete and/or have a solid framework of the online database and virtual planning software, and we hope to refile our provisional patent or file an official patent by this August. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, I think so.
All right, ladies, so very well done. So, so this runs on Bluetooth. How are you going to keep this safe from hackers? Yeah, okay. I was told to ask that. The the presentation was good. The one thing that really stood out for me is at one point you said, we have many competitors that offer the same thing, but we provide more. So then what makes you unique? It just sounds like you're taking the same thing, you're adding a couple more into it. How are you better? Prove to us that you stand out so much more than the competition, and why the competition is a waste of time and you're worth the investment. So if you can focus on that a bit more, spot on.
Okay, again, thank you very much for a very kind of polished presentation, but I too had some questions. And first of all, I was impressed by the collaborative approach because there's a number of schools all tying in together, so well done. That's very, very good. I got lost because at one point you were talking about the garden, next point you were talking about malnourishment. So it's a farmer, a garden. One's for food to sustain. So I got a little hazy about that in terms of where you are. And if this, I'd love to see what the probe looked like. And if it was used, it's something, I think my dear colleague here has taken my line, there's hacker-proof, but in the less developed countries, how is this Wi-Fi accessibility going to work with the probe? So I just didn't quite get that. So you probably want to have a look at that. But apart from that, thank you.
He's taken your lines, you've taken mine. I think apart from the farmer garden paradox, which wasn't very clear to me, the other thing I would add is I'm not very clear on your business model. So once people know what's suitable to grow in their soil, why do they need an ongoing service? That was what the other thing wasn't very clear to me. And that seems quite imperative to your business model. Because if you're selling to people with small holdings or gardens in the third world, that they're going to need quite a bang for their buck for that much investment. Thank you.
So I was really excited to see that you've actually built a working prototype of your device and were able to show us some data coming out of your algorithm. And again, one of the things that I go back to is it sounded like what you were saying, the value added was how your team processes the data and how you can make recommendations and build a community around it. So I almost wonder if there's a way to, if that service is your focus, can you tap into these other devices that are already on the market? Can you, put the plans out for your device as, open source hardware or something like that to grow your community to really boost up your value on the data perspective? And that would be something for you to consider.
Do you have any customer? Do you have any customer yet? Okay, let me be the first customer. I'll tell you why. A fruit-bearing tree, peach tree in my front yard died this year, and I have no reason why. I bought some probe, I got some information, data on the pH and moisture, but I don't know what to do with that. And I was like, can I talk to some expert? But if you can take that data and give recommendation, hey, you know what, this need water, this need nutrition, that's an amazing thing you guys are doing. That's great. If you'd like to add something to it, I tried to search online, and then I got 100 kind of information, 100 this peach tree or this variety of peach tree or that variety of peach tree. Maybe you'd like to add, take a picture from your phone and the leaf picture, and then we'll identify which tree is that, and we'll recommend exactly the data which is needed, recommendation for that tree. That would be an added service. That's one thing. Everything went on good, great. Just keep this in mind. I keep on telling, this is your innovation. So you have to talk to it, talk about it without a note. Everything else was good because that made you miss eye contacts and a couple of points on persuasiveness. Other than that, everything was great.
All All right, great job, Power Plants, and really great job to all the finalist teams in the energy and environment category. You presented some truly dynamic concepts and should be very proud of your accomplishments. The judges will confer and the winners will be announced tomorrow at the award ceremony. So real quick, America's Navy will be giving out their award right after the Aerospace and Aviation pitches conclude.
we're going to get continuing on with the program. Please take your seats. We're going to get started with the next section. All right. It's now time to start our final pitches of the 2017 Innovation Summit, the Aerospace and Aviation category. The teams in this category have launched innovations in science, engineering, and business that will enable mankind to better fly and explore in the Earth's atmosphere and beyond. First up is Zero-G Unimolders from the North Carolina School of Science and Mathematics in Durham, North Carolina. Their innovation, Zero-G Unimold, creates useful materials for the space station by efficiently casting parts in space. Please welcome Zero-G Unimolders.
Take a second and imagine. You're all astronauts flying hundreds of miles above the Earth on the International Space Station. Suddenly, you hear a loud pop and panicked beeping. One of the gaskets on your mission-critical water reclamation system has broken in half. NASA can send you the replacement parts, but it will take months and millions of dollars to do so, and by then it may be too late. Now, you also have access to a 3D printer on board, but the material, ABS plastic, isn't strong enough for the application you need. How can you address this fate-determining challenge in the most effective manner possible? This is the problem. Here is our solution.
Hi, my name is Jonathan Kelly.
And I'm Madeline Paoletti.
And today we are presenting to you our innovative solution to the challenges faced daily by astronauts aboard the International Space Station.
We present the Zero-G Unimold Space Molding System. We have recognized the need for mid-flight part fabrication, and so have other NASA astronauts. Take Greg Chapmanoff. He has explicitly addressed the need for reusability hardware and be able to fix parts in space far away from Earth and any community chain. Too often do components on the ISS break, and replacements are months and millions of dollars out of reach. The future of space travel necessitates this technology.
In addressing these issues, we wanted to focus on three primary aspects. First, we wanted to develop a working prototype that could effectively create parts too difficult or impractical for the 3D printer aboard the ISS to manufacture. Next, we wanted to ensure our system worked in a zero-gravity environment. Now, the zero-gravity environment is complicated. It negatively impacts traditional machining and molding fabrication techniques. The zero-gravity environment increases bubble formation in molded parts and therefore decreases their durability and viability for use in mission-critical systems aboard the ISS. Finally, we want to increase the reusability and material versatility of existing fabrication options like the 3D printer aboard the ISS.
Take our earlier gasket. To work correctly, it has to be flexible and porous, and to do so may determine the life or death of all astronauts on board. In addressing these challenges, we believe we have confidently addressed and innovatively overcome all of them.
Launching the Zero-G Unimold Space Molding System, an innovative new way of fabricating parts mid-flight, on space and on Earth.
Take astronauts Kelly and Paoletti. All they have to do to fix their gasket is to 3D print a mold and put it into our system, and it will be able to create a gasket from a variety of materials.
Our system is unique and robust, utilizing only fluid dynamics for the use of negative pressure and a gas-permeable membrane to generate high-quality parts regardless of environment. Our system is ready for the future, as it can accept a wide range of materials, like eutectic metals, epoxies, thermoplastics, and resins.
If we return to our early astronauts, we can see that the replacement gasket has already been formed, and they now also have a reusable template in case another emergency rises. So as you can see, our Zero-G Unimold space system is unique because of its simplicity, innovation, and reusability.
Now, the development of the Zero-G Unimold space molding system has come a long way. We have 3D printed several molds out of ABS plastic, and we've actually casted several parts out of Fields metal and silicone rubber. Fields metal, if you might not know already, is a low temperature eutectic metal known for its high strength and conductivity as well as its other metallic properties. Silicone rubber is highly regarded for its flexibility and porosity.
We've also designed several experiments which should test our product in zero gravity environment. One of them includes switching the orientation of our product as it molds apart. And these early experiments have indicated that our design can create a high quality part in any environment. Now, we've also recognized that while our product is necessary, it's in a specific niche market of aerospace. But by specifically targeting the fabrication needs of companies like Made in Space, SpaceX, Blue Origins, and government organizations like NASA, we believe we can provide an inexpensive and more efficient option to injection molding while in space compared to the growing complexity and more expensive industry. Now, to do this, we would be specifically licensing our technology to NASA and also selling it to smaller commercial operations.
What we've told you is cool so far, but I don't think you guys really understand its potential. Our system can fabricate parts on space and on Earth. Imagine a world where waiting for replacement parts simply does not exist. Any part, regardless of manufacturer, year, or material, can be fabricated in less than a day using inexpensive, reusable, fully custom molds.
Now, before we get to that step, there are further processes we have to do to get our product onto the market. We must continue data collection to ensure that it can work in a zero-gravity environment and as well on Earth. We must apply for a patent and receive one in order to protect our innovation. And we must go through a final review process with NASA engineers to ensure its production and use on the ISS.
Now, as you can see by our timeline, we are already halfway through the development of the zero-G unimold space molding system. We've received a lot of feedback from NASA engineers and the Made in Space team on our design. By the end of December 2017, we anticipate final data collection for the zero-G unimold space molding system to be fully complete and ready for patenting and a license released further after.
Now, NASA already believes in the success of our product. Thanks to their initial financial backing, we'll be able to develop it fully and be ready to patent it. However, we're currently seeking funds to get the patent process through. But once we have gone through that, we will be ready to license our product and sell it, which will be able to sustain our business.
So, in conclusion, the zero-G Unimolders is bringing you an opportunity to invest in the future of space fabrication and to capitalize on the emerging commercial space operations. Our product is practical in space and on Earth. It addresses a major need of current astronauts and small businesses. Our product works, it's unique, there is no competition. Join the zero-G Unimold team and help us mold the future.
Thank you.
So let me start over. I want to say great presentation. It's good to know you have had the conversations with NASA as well as some of the emerging space organizations. A couple of things that I did observe, and I just want to let you know that I'm from one of the NASA centers, and I'm responsible for licensing intellectual property, as well as if we are interested in intaking. So want to caution you to be careful there. With the federal government, we don't usually license technology such as what you're presenting, and I'll be able to help you with that later. Great presentation. It's good to know that you did do your homework. As someone said on an earlier judging panel, I had questions and you answered them as you stepped through. So I wish you the best, and thanks again.
I'm not sure if I missed it, but I would have liked to learn how the 3D printing or the application of the parts is done in zero-G compared to on Earth. So you say your part machine can be used on both. I just didn't see where that was. Other than that, also NASA manifests parts, contingency parts for all missions and stuff. So you guys might want to think about some of the things that break more so than others, and maybe not just gaskets, and see if you can find certain materials that are common to those parts that break, and kind of focus on that a little bit.
Very good presentation, very interesting area to pick. This is a solution to this problem is going to be key in deep space exploration, where we can't just ship spare parts up. So it's a very interesting area. From a technical perspective, your presentation covered a lot of ground. What was missing for me was, from a business perspective, you talk about other markets. What are the size of the other markets? What do you think you can sell? What are the costs that you're going to incur in doing your first stage of development and testing? And how much money are you asking for, by the way? Because that wasn't clear. And then how profitable do you see this proposition being going forward? All of that stuff would be good to include when you're pitching to get money from people. Thanks.
Good job, guys. Very well presented. You have identified a real problem. However, I see that you mentioned that the parts, 3D parts, are printed out of plastics, but let me tell you, there are some companies who are already printing aircraft parts, 3D printing aircraft parts. So you might want to take that in consideration. Another thing which was missing was like size and strength data was missing. What size of parts you can 3D print? What will be their strength, tensile strength, as compared to the manufactured part? If you can add that, that will appear more persuasive. Thank you.
Thanks. Very nice job, guys. Well done. Really a key enabler for space exploration. I mean, it's as important as anything else we're ever going to do as a nation to figure out how we're going to do deep space exploration. We have to be able to do this kind of things. This problem is absolutely critical. So good job tackling a really relevant issue. Good visual aids. I like that video. I think that really helped to kind of start to answer some of the questions I had. The only suggestions I would have is, when that lid goes down, it doesn't really explain to me very clearly what's happening inside that machine at the time, number one, and how is that shape itself programmed, and how do you get the machine to understand what shape it is that you want, and how do you communicate that and set that up? That would have been a little better to tease out. Really no way to replicate zero-G environment here on Earth as much as you'd like to do. Good idea, kind of tilting this thing at different angles, but it's not quite the same because obviously, gravity's gravity, bubbles will rise and form and not form. So really no easy way really to replicate that piece of it, but overall, very nice job.
Thank you, Zero-G Unimolders. Our second team is Cosmos from Johns Creek High School in Johns Creek, Georgia. Their innovation, Surround Sight, is a space helmet that provides astronauts with a 360-degree view of their surroundings without having to turn their entire bodies. Please welcome Cosmos.
Good morning, everyone. The last few days here have been incredible, and we have witnessed many amazing ideas and have met some really talented people. To begin, I'm Grace, the team leader.
I'm Daisy, the engineer.
I'm Janet, the financial analyst.
I'm Caroline, the graphic designer.
And I'm Brian, the communications manager. And together, we are
Cosmos.
Astronauts have been the pioneers of modern exploration, serving humanity well. But as many of us know, the work that astronauts do is unremitting and selfless, and it is our goal to present a product that eases the difficulties they witness during spacewalks.
Space debris travels at 17,500 miles per hour, yet over 1,100 hours are expended on spacewalks in total. Furthermore, exorbitant costs are expended per spacewalk, each one costing roughly $1.5 million. These high numbers are proof of the inefficiency of spacewalks, which is what our product aims to solve. This brings us to the solution, Surround Sight.
Surround Sight is an updated space helmet with a unique combination of current technologies employing a heads-up display, a 360-degree camera, and radar sensing. Surround Sight's main component is the heads-up display that is flexible, transparent, and ambient light rejecting. In order to do so, we will use OLED technology, which utilizes an emitter that produces its own light when electricity is applied through a process called electrophosphorescence. We can construct a clear screen by placing transparent contacts on both sides of the display. Flexibility can be achieved by using extremely pliable metallic foils or plastics, such as polyethylene terephthalate. And we will also have an extra coating on the outside made of microscopic optical filters to divert all harmful sunlight.
The screen's main function is to display live footage in all directions, as depicted in this diagram above. This can be done by attaching a 360-degree camera with dual wide-angle lenses on top of the astronaut's space backpack.
Together, the screen, camera, and sensors work to form our innovative product Surround Sight.
As you can see above, our new design will drastically open the field of vision from the current limited view to an incredible 360 degrees, all without even turning around. The current design, while sufficient for space exploration up to this point, is bulky and restricts our astronauts' movements. Surround Sight seeks to eliminate this problem by granting higher mobility and thus higher efficiency. Furthermore, Surround Sight will reduce the risk of accidents caused by restricted vision by reaching beyond the physical field of vision through the use of the heads-up display, which details important information and warnings.
So, what's next for Surround Sight? Establishment and expansion via the following channels: marketing idea, generating adequate funds, and expanding the product's global availability.
When buying equipment for astronauts, organizations typically purchase each spacesuit as a whole. In turn, Cosmos will license Surround Sight to other companies rather than attempting to sell the individual helmets themselves. This type of marketing is known as B2B or business-to-business marketing. With our product, we plan to target the human spaceflight market, which consists of companies that manufacture spacesuits and other outer space protective equipment. These companies fall under two categories: old space and new space. Old space refers to the traditional government-sponsored companies such as ALC Dover, while new space refers to private aerospace industries such as SpaceX.
With the birth of the space dream came the invention of the spacesuit and one of its integral elements, the helmet. In recent years, the traditional space helmet has undergone numerous upgrades by NASA and other space companies. Featured above is the lightweight and durable Z2 spacesuit designed by NASA, tailored for mobility on planetary surfaces.
There have been many developments to helmets outside the space room as well. For example, DCA Design proposed a bike helmet with a drop-down visor capable of displaying a full 360-degree view of the road using front and rear cameras.
Although these new innovations certainly are impressive, our concept of Surround Sight is far more expansive, permitting astronauts to see all around them without having to turn their bodies. Furthermore, this display can be used for other purposes as well, such as in aviation or oceanography.
In the spreadsheet here, we have separated the one-time cost from the yearly cost. The one-time expenses cover patenting fees and prototyping materials, while the yearly budget accounts for advertising and office utilities and rental. Combining the one-time cost with the annual cost for a single year, our overall budget will be around $563,000. To alleviate this financial burden, we will seek funding from 4 sources: angel investors, startup accelerators, crowdfunding, and friends and family. As you can see in the pie chart above, angel investors would comprise the majority of our monetary support.
With established funding, we'll immediately work on further designing and constructing a functioning helmet prototype. We hope to complete this holistic model, which will be instrumental for future marketing endeavors at the latest by 2019. Within the next annual timeframe, we will immediately work on constructing our business headquarters within the cosmopolitan hub of Atlanta. By 2025, after settling final arrangements and building a stable foundation for our business, we hope to basically, form a business and go from there.
The current helmet has served space exploration well, bringing us as a nation into the final frontier. But we as Americans have always valued innovation, and that's what Surround Sight is, innovation.
The Cosmos Code, established from its inception, is simply to help the astronauts who work tirelessly to bring glory to America and perhaps even a new home for his people. Our sole mission is to provide these brave individuals with the utmost comfort and safety. That is the basis for Surround Sight.
Astronauts first. Thank you for your time.
Hey guys, nice job. Very well presented, very professional, good appearance, good eye contact. The presentation itself was very well done, very well conceived. The technology for this is obviously there. I mean, you mentioned some products that kind of already replicate this, so it's not really a new idea. It's just a new way to apply an idea that already exists, which is, you know, a really important element of innovation, is finding new uses for technology that already exists. It's clearly still kind of a concept, and we didn't really get a chance to explain kind of how the various components would work together, where the cameras, how does the cameras communicate to the screen, so forth. That still needs to be wrung out. One suggestion as you go further is I would actually, I'm sure, you know, the folks in the room to probably make this happen, but I would actually get in touch with astronauts who have actually done spacewalks and go, what did you like about your helmet? What would you like to see? If you were designing it from scratch with a dry erase board, what would you do? What would you want? So in terms of trying to make this ergonomically friendly for the people that you're trying to serve, go ahead and get their input directly. But I think you're off to a great start. Nice job.
So nice job, very well presented, as Captain said. However, I see there's some critical data which is missing. Take, for example, you started your presentation with the data that space debris fly at 17,500 miles per hour. And there's a radar on this helmet. So if the debris is coming at 17,500 miles per hour and the range of radar is also missing, if the range of radar is 100 miles, it'll take probably a couple of seconds for it to come and hit the astronaut. So the collision warning in a zero gravity situation, it's not a gravity situation, it's a zero gravity situation, the response time for the pilots will be more. So you have to do a couple of studies like that, and as Captain said, definitely talk with the astronaut will help. Thank you.
Interesting concept. Haven't got that much to add. You mentioned, I saw 500,000 for the prototype. It's a big round figure. It'd be good to explain how you came up with that. Costing materials, labor, or is it a finger in the air? That would be useful to include.
Okay, the argument, as I understood it, was that spacewalks are dangerous and they cost a lot of money. But you didn't tell me how the current sight picture of the astronaut makes it dangerous and how many times an astronaut needs to turn its head to check something or do something. So I don't know that the 360-degree visibility during the spacewalk is going to reduce the cost or increase the safety. Other than that, the team unity was great and your stage movement was great, so well presented. Thank you.
Great presentation. I too appreciate the way in which you shared your part in describing your product. I do think that you need to get a little more research as it pertains to, you have the different space agencies, but some of the private companies as well to help you along. That could satisfy some of the other questions or comments that were just shared with you. So great job and enjoyed your presentation.
Thank you, Cosmos. Our third team is Firebird Sora from Saisen International School in Tokyo, Japan. Their innovation, HydroShield 15, is a fabric that protects the astronauts from the cosmic rays and electromagnetic radiation in outer space. Please welcome Firebird Sora.
In 1961, Yuri Gagarin became the first man to travel to space.
1969, Apollo 11, the first manned mission to the moon, became a reality.
1998, the International Space Station was launched, the largest man-made body to ever be brought to space.
So what's next? With the recent development of technology, it will soon be possible to send astronauts into outer space for longer missions outside of the Earth's protective magnetosphere. We'll finally be able to explore outer space to gain a greater understanding of what's out there. We'll be able to travel to Mars. We'll be able to explore the solar system and beyond.
Whoa, whoa, slow down, slow down. I think you're getting a bit ahead of yourself. How are astronauts supposed to travel so far when outer space is filled with dangerous particles called galactic cosmic rays?
Galactic cosmic rays are hazardous particles in outer space, which primarily consists of protons, as well as alpha particles and Hc ions, which travel at high speeds. Even though exposure to galactic cosmic rays leads to significant health damage, such as cancer, DNA mutation, and circulatory disease, the current EVA suit provides little to no protection against GCRs. Clearly, this is already a huge problem, as it is detrimental for the health of the astronauts traveling to outer space, but will continue to become even more significant with longer space travel missions, such as the mission to Mars. As can be seen from the table, even short missions to outer space have a negative impact on the human body.
Our solution? HydroShield 15, a unique product to protect astronauts from the harmful galactic cosmic rays. HydroShield 15, as the name suggests, is made up of materials that are high in hydrogen atoms: polyethylene, polyester, polyaniline, and hydrogel. The special feature of our product is that it combines polyethylene, polyester, and hydrogel effectively through the use of polyaniline, making it possible to use hydrogel and hydrophobic materials simultaneously. Then, what is the benefit of using materials that are dense in hydrogen? Well, as most people may know, hydrogen is the smallest known atom. Due to its size, hydrogen atoms can be more densely packed into a set amount of space than any other substance. Consequently, there is a higher probability of the high-energy protons colliding with one of the hydrogen atoms. In addition, hydrogen does not create secondary radiation, unlike other elements with high atomic number, often used in radiation shielding.
This diagram shows how exactly HydroShield 15 will block the protons in the galactic cosmic rays. As a proton collides with the hydrogen atom, a part of its energy is transferred in the moment of contact. After that, it collides with another hydrogen atom in our product, repeating the same process, and eventually loses most of its energy through the multiple collisions. Here we have taken a proton with a high energy of 100 mega-electron volts and calculated its remaining energy as it passes through the layers of HydroShield 15. As you can see, the proton loses a substantial amount of energy as it collides with the hydrogen atoms in our product. According to our theoretical values, the effects of the proton can be minimized with 10 layers of HydroShield 15, thus protecting the astronauts from the galactic cosmic rays.
To provide a clear image of how exactly our product will be incorporated in the VA suit, here is a model of where and how it will be placed. A single layer of HydroShield 15, which is 4.3 millimeters thick, is very flexible and can easily be incorporated in the current EVA suit. So, we are hoping to incorporate 10 layers of our product between the mylar and ripstop layers for a sufficient amount of protection.
So why choose HydroShield 15?
Well, our product consists of materials that are low in cost and accessible compared to other products designed to achieve the same goal. In the current stage, a single layer of HydroShield 15 is expected to cost around $2,254, meaning that even with 10 layers incorporated in the EVA suit, it is expected to only cost around $22,540.
Although the cost will most likely be higher due to the amount of research and funding required for our product, it is still low compared to the hydrogenated boron nitride nanotube, which is another material known to show similar shielding effects. It is estimated to cost $475,000 for only one layer and requires special technologies in its synthesis, making it difficult to create a finalized product in the near future. Electrostatic and magnetic shielding concepts are also under construction, but the complex magnets and billions of volts necessary to create even a simple shielding layer make the entire concept seem overly problematic in comparison.
To produce HydroShield 15, the next immediate step would be to further test and research a product to confirm the concept, as well as make the product more lightweight and effective. In order to do so, we are mainly looking to cooperate with research grant organizations, as well as space agencies such as NASA and JAXA. Although we recognize the extensive cost and research required to finalize a product, we are confident that HydroShield 15 is worth investing in, as it is 1. Inexpensive, 2. Protective, and 3. Effective.
The potential of HydroShield 15 is limitless. Just imagine the new era where humans are able to travel in outer space without having to worry about
certain death.
Okay, maybe that's a bit intense, but HydroShield 15 can definitely protect astronauts from otherwise inevitable health problems. The mission to Mars no longer has to be a dream. With HydroShield 15, astronauts can travel outer space longer,
Further,
and safer.
2017, HydroShield 15 was created by 4 high school students
Determined to make a change.
So I want to say a great job, great presentation on defining the problem, developing a solution. Very serious problem that you guys are tackling. So great job, again, on defining what the problem is, developing a solution, and then demonstrating how this could or should be integrated. Good job.
Great concept, definitely needed in future space missions. I want you to expound on, now that the concept's defined, how you're going to test it and how you're going to send the protons or gamma rays into the material and ensure that 10 layers is actually sufficient opposed to just model-based analysis. But great job.
Yeah, very important stuff you're tackling. I'd like to see more comparison with other suggested solutions, and less emphasis on the cost, because when you're talking about a 60 or $600 billion mission, a few $1,000s for radiation protection doesn't really come into it. So I wouldn't really focus on that. Also, it's not just the spacesuit, but also the entire spaceship that will need protecting. So you could put some focus on that as well. But interesting concept, and I look forward to hearing how it tests out. Thanks.
Good job, very well presented. I'm happy that you guys are thinking at par with NASA. NASA is thinking to go to outer space, and so you are. So you're no more limited to the moon and the lower orbits. Very well presented. There's one thing which was missing was the weight comparison. Now you said that we need to have 10 layers of 5 millimeter, that is 50 millimeter plus the mylar, 10 layers of mylar. So it's going to be very bulky. So you have to do the weight comparison as well, and how it is done today, the current, how this, the astronauts are protected today, and how beneficial is your technology with the current one. That data is also needed. Other than that, you guys are going great. Thank you.
Yeah, really well done. Nicely done, ladies. Seriously, very well presented. Most of the comments I had were already taken up by my fellow judges here. The only other one that I would add is it might be worth exploring. You mentioned that the risk once you leave the protective element of the Earth's magnetic field, the risk goes up once you leave. It'd be interesting to see a graphic of exactly by how much. In other words, how much of a problem. And that's relevant because if you're going to compare it to the way spacesuits are protected today, well, that may be fine for astronauts working in low Earth orbit, but how much different is that risk? How much more radiation is there once you leave, and how far do you have to go? It'd be interesting to see a graphic to go. Once you get so many millions of miles from the Earth, the risk begins to go up as the it would be interesting to kind of see an element of how much of a problem is this really compared to what they're dealing with now. But well done.
Thank you, Firebird Sora. Our fourth team is Impractical Engineers, Inc. from Delhi Public Schools Arcade-Puram in New Delhi, India. Their innovation, the Integer X42, are space boots based on the concept of gecko adhesion. Please welcome Impractical Engineers, Inc.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Taru Sharma, and these are my colleagues Aryaman Arora and Aman Verma. We are from New Delhi, India.
EVAs have always been due to low gravity. The consequences of microgravity are durations of EVAs are reduced, thus limiting productivity, and falling can have disastrous consequences like puncturing the suit. You definitely do not want that happening to you.
Repairs aboard the ISS are carried out by using handrails and footholds, which are extremely inconvenient for the astronauts to use. Recently, 2 astronauts aboard the ISS lost a key piece of the shielding material. This requires immediate attention.
So inspired from gecko lizards on Earth, we present to you Integer X-42, which stands for Intelligent Gecko Research and Exploration Boots.
Van der Waals forces of attraction are independent of hydrophobicity of the surface and its temperature. The carbon nanotubes used in the CETE have ideal characteristics for the purpose, thus can be used on all surfaces.
The following are the specifications of Integer X-42. The control unit will be used to transmit data from the infrared sensor to the base and for controlling retraction. The IR sensors will be used to detect any kind of threats to the astronaut via an AI assistant. All electrical components will be powered by copper foam solid-state batteries. The boots will be made up of Xylon along with reinforced polyhexahydrotrizine, which is a polymer developed by IBM which has self-healing properties. Also, dust mitigation will be carried off after the EVAs have been conducted. Basically, it will be done by ultrasonic waves. These waves will make the dust particles oscillate and will make them fall off the boot.
So the CETE are arranged in the form of a grid where each column is connected to a single electric piston which controls the retraction mechanism. The following is an algorithm that we have developed for the same.
Retraction provides a variable force to the astronaut as per the requirements on different planets. This can be done by changing the CETE density. For example, during storms on Mars, the CETE density can be maximized to provide a firm grip to the astronaut on the ground.
The construction procedure is as follows.
The rubber at the points where the UV light hits the sole, thus creating pores. Tesla coils create charges on the SETI, align them, and help fit them in the pores loosely. Using atomic layer deposition, these pores are then shrinked after which the layers are joined.
The walking mechanism will largely simulate an Earth-like gait, where the adhesive forces will provide an efficient walking mechanism and also help combat bone atrophy. As soon as the astronaut makes a 30-degree angle with the ground, the CETE disengage and the foot can be lifted. This will also substantially reduce the time required to train astronauts for these spacewalks.
There will be 2 models of the spacesuit. The first one will be sold to spacesuit contractors who will attach the boots to the spacesuit using aluminum sizing rings and straps, while the other one will be used without the spacesuit.
Modularity is a distinctive feature of Integer X-42, and a majority of its parts are reusable and upgradable, thus incorporating the latest technology. For example, the sensors are detachable and the control unit is removable and easy to repair.
Now moving on to the business aspects of a product. The production unit will be set up in India due to inexpensive cost of labor and land, and also to avail the benefits of the government scheme Make in India.
The annual costs will mainly comprise of salaries. Initially, we will have 1 technical manager and 5 business executives, the founders themselves.
The total cost per pair comes out to be nearly $9,500.
Be returned after use, and a maximum of $5,500 can be saved per pair. This will be calculated based on a detailed inspection. Now let us move on to the market.
The market is currently stagnant, but is set to expand due to the upcoming mission on Mars and moons, and designing of space colonies will only fuel the economic growth of the industry.
Our primary targets will be the NASA cislunar missions and the deep space missions, along with the SpaceX Mars mission for colonization. These will reap huge benefits and profits for us, as well as expand the industry as a whole.
Space tourism is an upcoming sensation. We will provide custom styles made using aeronautic paints for the purpose. We believe that Integer X-42 will help mankind in its quest to go deeper into space, and hence we feel that we can secure research grants from space agencies all around the world.
Now, based on the market analysis, we have developed 5-year business plans, and as the number of manned missions to the Mars and Moon increase, so will the demand for spacesuits, and consequently the demand for Integer X-42 will also increase.
The cost price would go down with the advancements in technology and as mass production starts.
However, the annual cost will also increase due to the increase in demand, as well as the labor and land required to meet this demand. And therefore, initially we will offer our investors 10% royalty on each pair sold and 5% after we have repaid the investor.
The initial investment required is $440,000, and an additional $160,000 would be required to cover the losses in the early years. This will be taken from a single angel investor who will be able to recover the amount by 2035 and will have quadruple returns by 2050.
The company at its initial stage will be undergoing loss, that is, till 2030. After that, a stream of profits expected to flow in, which will make the cumulative profit of the company proliferate after the 40s.
We provide the investor an opportunity for low initial investment, and as our figures show, we provide them high returns.
So the question is not, why invest in us? Instead, it is why not? We are impractical engineers, dream to make Homo sapiens a multiplanetary species, and we seek to strengthen and ameliorate the productivity of the EVS by creating Integer X42, and we believe we have the answer.
Okay, I'm going to go get myself a set of Pete's when I leave here. Nicely done. The only two observations I would offer is that in terms of your demand estimates, that presupposes a whole lot of kind of interplanetary exploration is going to happen. The comment was raised before that cost in this kind of situation, is probably not the driving factor. In other words, the effectiveness of it. So I would steer your future times you give this brief towards emphasizing the product, not so much on the cost. Again, in the grand scheme of things, I mean, we're going to get what the astronauts need to get done. You know what I mean? So saving a couple hundred or a couple $1,000s here and there is probably not a huge deal. The other thing is, it wasn't really clear to me how this related to the coefficients of static and dynamic friction of the surfaces that they're walking on. I mean, I got the nanotubes, I understand that, and I get how Gecko's feet works, but it would have been helpful to kind of understand how would this work on a dusty surface or a loose surface or a porous surface, that kind of thing. So that would have been helpful just to kind of clarify that. But overall, very intriguing, and I love the air Pete's.
Very good presentation, guys. We love that part of it. So, as Captain said, I was also thinking on the same line, how is it going to prevent the fall? If you have thought of a solution, maybe you fail to present it here. That's number one. Number two is, I think it would be great if you could have included a study on how it's going to affect on the muscle fatigue, because you said unless until the astronaut moves his legs 30-degree angle, it's not going to release. So now that movement, how it's going to affect the muscle fatigue of an astronaut. You have to include that kind of data as well. But overall, a good attempt. Thank you so much.
It's a very exciting concept. I can't think of anything to add to what's been said. Thank you.
Well, I can tell you guys are excited and passionate because I felt the energy down here. Some of the notes I have here is I'm confused how the technology in the boot and the different layers and stuff aided in helping the astronaut stand on the Earth or other planet surfaces. So maybe it's because you guys are excited and flew by it. Other than that, concepts there. Look forward to seeing some of the prototypes that go into the boot.
I don't have too much more to add compared to what has been said. A great presentation. I do think there were a lot of emphasis at the end on the finance part. And I got a little confused too, as well as the surface in what your messaging is really on the boot. But overall, very good job. Thank you.
Thank you, Impractical Engineers. Our fifth team is from the North Carolina School of Science and Mathematics in Durham, North Carolina. Their innovation, Vibration Isolation Box, is a vibration isolation box designed to protect instruments during transport to and from space. Please welcome the team from North Carolina School of Science and Math.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Michelle Bao.
I'm Angela Chen.
I'm Devin Yankee.
I'm Aditi Rao.
And I'm Emily Spiro. We're here today to talk about VIBE, the Vibration Isolation Box Enclosure.
So vibration isolation technologies protect fragile equipment from vibrations caused by liftoff and re-entry of a spaceship. So our product, VIBE, addresses this issue by standardizing and simplifying the transportation of vibration-sensitive objects.
Consider this scenario. An employee at a space agency is tasked to ensure that vibration-sensitive cargo is shipped safely to space. Current estimates indicate that it costs $10,000 to send 1 pound of cargo to the ISS. So you can imagine how important it is to protect this cargo during transportation.
Designing vibration isolation systems is a time-consuming and costly process for each individual shipment. That's why it can take several months, if not years to complete, and there has to be a team of engineers behind every project like that.
Our product, VIBE, was created to address this problem. The VIBE simplifies this process by providing space agencies with one standardized system that fits a wide range of cargo.
Throughout the design process, we have received support from engineers at NASA Langley. Our current design is built for the single stowage locker, seen here in front of me, which is becoming the new standard for transporting cargo to and from space.
Easily sliding out of the stowage locker, the VIBE provides a simple yet effective solution. It has 3 primary components. First, we have the interior cargo box. Then we have the vibration isolators, and then the exterior frame.
At the core of our model is the inner box. This box, to access the contents of this box, simply open the box. Any object under 15 kilograms that fits the dimensions of this box will be protected from vibrations. Additionally, wire rope isolators are our primary vibration isolation technology, connecting the frame to the inner box.
These wire rope isolators, represented here in red, have many applications, allowing us to understand the full extent of their capabilities. By surrounding the inner box on 3 sides with these wire rope isolators, we can ensure that vibrations are efficiently and effectively isolated regardless of the box's orientation.
The sturdy frame provides a structure to which the vibration isolators can mount onto. The frame itself is made out of 4 unique pieces, each of which is crafted out of aluminum.
The VIBE aims to solve a specific problem that was first brought to our attention through NASA Hunch. NASA Hunch is a student outreach program that provides students with an opportunity to create unique solutions to current problems facing NASA.
Over the past 6 months, we have had significant progress in our prototyping. A few months ago, we got the chance to visit NASA Langley, where we were able to talk to their engineers. After receiving their valuable feedback and doing further research, we've continued to evolve our product. Currently, we still maintain contact with these engineers in order to be assured of the practicality and the usability of our product.
Most recently, we've created a preliminary prototype which we have presented you today. Although we have made major progress, we are keeping the future in mind. Currently, we've used funds from NASA to source material for our first functioning prototype.
We want to finish assembling that functioning prototype by the end of May. We will then move on to testing using the vibration shaker tables at Langley Research Center and then present our progress at the Hunch end of the year event. Through this presentation, we will confirm the viability of our product and continue to receive NASA's support. From there, we will then expand our market to other space agencies, including SpaceX and Orbital Sciences.
Here is a timeline of what we wish to accomplish in the next couple of years. First, we hope to conclude testing on Earth by the end of 2018 and on the ISS by the end of 2018.
With the conclusion of the testing on the ISS by the end of 2018, this indicates the conclusion of our phase 1, which is our research and development stage. After that, we plan to market the VIBE until about mid-2019. From there, we plan to start initial manufacturing of the VIBE around June of 2019, with distribution starting in 2020.
During phase 2, we will market the VIBE directly to space agencies, such as SpaceX and Blue Origin, who deliver cargo directly to the ISS. To minimize startup costs, we will contract our manufacturing.
We estimate that the cost of our box would be $3,000, giving us a profit of $1,800 per box.
Based on our current business model, we have estimated that the cost for the first year of operation will be approximately $40,000. To reach this estimate, we looked at the costs for various research facilities, prototype materials, funds for filing for a patent, and also the funds that NASA Hunt has provided for us to use.
As the space industry continues to commercialize, the need for things such as the vibration isolation box before you will arise. As the market demand grows, we will need your help and your resources in order to continue our research and development, especially money for patenting and materials.
We are currently at the frontier of a new era of space exploration, so it is crucial that we continue to put funds into research and development, especially in the aerospace transportation industry. Know that investing in Vibe
is protecting your future.
So invest in your future today.
Thank you.
Thank you. Very nicely done, and great to know that you have worked with one of the NASA centers. Looks like you got a lot of help there, very useful help. I think you have a great product. I would encourage you to also talk with the emerging space or the SpaceX organizations and the few that you named in your presentation. Seems like you want to do that towards the end, once the box is built. I suggest you move that up before you finalize whatever product you have. Great, very great.
Thank you.
What I like the most is the integration of existing technology, and you guys really didn't develop anything new as far as the spring mechanism is concerned. You just integrated it into an application, so well done there. I would have liked to see more data on the actual application of what they put inside vibration diminishing containers, and I didn't see any like life support. So you showed a picture of a rat or a mouse on there, and I'm left on how life support integration systems would integrate into something like this. Thank you.
Thank you.
What could I add? I'd like to understand from your presentation how this system compares to existing systems or other systems in development. So not so much on a cost basis, because again, that's pretty immaterial, but on a weight basis, and I'm not sure what else actually. But I'd like to be able to see how it differentiates and how yours sells better than others. And again, when you've got the test data, that will be pretty key as well. Thanks.
Thank you.
Very well presented. 2 points. So far, excuse my ignorance, so far I haven't heard cargo breaking in during supply. So it's not been a big news. If it is, again, excuse my ignorance, but then you should have brought that out, how this is a problem. First of all, is this a problem at all? That's number one. Number two is, you have done a good job in preventing the vibration from affecting the cargo. But I see that the inner box is not padded. So what if the cargo itself collides with the inside layer of the box, which is wood in that case, right? So you need to have a padding or the support system for the inner box as well, right? Inside wall of the box. So other than that, it's a good step. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, nicely done. It's mostly been said here. I did like the fact you brought really a very well-refined prototype up here. That was very impressive. I also like that you thought forward and are being smart about not trying to reinvent the wheel. In other words, you're going to the experts at NASA and using their engineering facilities to help you kind of test this out, which is great. Shows really great initiative on your part to actually reach out to those folks to get you to help to do that. That more than anything else, I thought was probably what impressed me the most. Not sure exactly what the patentable idea here is. I mean, the idea of using coiled springs to dampen vibrations is. I'm not sure if that idea itself is patentable. Maybe the container itself would be. I'd be interested to see how that would actually play out, but I think you're off to a great start.
Thank you.
Thank Thank you, Team Vibe. Our sixth team is Safe and Sound from the North Carolina School of Science and Mathematics in Durham, North Carolina. Their innovation, Cage Zero, is a mouse cage that eliminates stress in mice while in space, which will improve the reliability of results in experiments using mice. Please welcome Safe and Sound.
Imagine you're an astronaut floating in space on the International Space Station, conducting critical research on the effects of microgravity on the human body, with mice experiments.
Suddenly, the mice in your hand bites you. Ouch. That's an unnecessary risk.
As a result, NASA has made several requests for a mouse cage, which is secure, durable, and integrable, meaning that in the future, we're going to integrate our mouse cage with a zero-gravity scale in order for them to weigh the mice by simply adding a Velcro strip on the bottom.
Our team, Safe and Sound, consists of myself, Jackie Zhang, and George Dimitrov to my right. Shiv Patel, our third member, unfortunately was unable to come.
Currently, astronauts have nothing in place to transport the mice from the main housing cage to their experiment locations. As a result, astronauts have to resort to carrying the mice by hand. This means that the astronaut induces unnecessary stress on the mice, which can result in extreme experimental error of upwards of 30%. Mice have also been recorded to bite astronauts, as well as release feces all over the space station, a mess no one wants to clean up.
Introducing Cage Zero. Cage Zero is a 3D printable novel mouse transport cage capable of reducing stress and anxiety of mice aboard the ISS. The function is to transport the mice from its main housing cage, the mice drawer system, to any research laboratory aboard the ISS. The main goal, you ask? To minimize potential experimentation error caused by unwanted stress.
In addition to reducing the experimentation error, the mouse cage also prevents the mice from biting the astronauts, causing damage, and contains all of the excrements produced by the mouse.
The reduction of stress in mice isn't just an act of kindness. The reduction of stress also improves the data received from research, thus improving rehabilitation techniques for microgravity-induced diseases such as cephalid fluid shift, diminished bone density, and muscle atrophy. We have to protect the astronauts who are already risking their lives.
So there are two main components of our mouse cage, the core and the slider. We also have an organic wool lining, which is highly absorbent, produces no outgassing, which is significant for the ISS, maintaining safety standards, and is also fire retardant, all fitting the NASA regulations. We also have a metal crosspiece, which is in place to help the mice feel support and stable, secure. Recent research has shown that mice, whenever they're in contact and grasping something, feel a lot of support and thus can reduce the amount of stress they experience.
Our mouse cage has a really special lock mechanism. Because of the zero gravity in space, a normal mouse lock mechanism might accidentally unlock itself. However, our mouse cage operates similarly to a TI-84 calculator lid. Its slide and lock mechanism allows for a safe and secure travel for the mouse, as shown by George. In any orientation, it doesn't fall.
Our cage is also highly adaptable. In the future, if an astronaut wants to conduct research on other animals, such as rats, they simply open up the CAD file, change the scale factor to, let's say, 120% for a rat, and then click the print. The International Space Station is already equipped with an ABS printer, meaning that we eliminate the cost of transporting the mouse cage from Earth to space, which equates to about $10,000 per pound of material shipped.
Get this. Only about 5% of the material sent to space makes it to space. And you also get this. It takes 20 to 25 pounds of high explosive rocket fuel to transport just 1 pound of material to space. That's highly inefficient, thus making our product printable in space highly effective.
As you can tell, our product is a game changer. It not only opens the doors to an entirely new space market, which allows objects be 3D printed, which eliminates the cost of transporting them from Earth to space. But it's also the only product which satisfies all of the needs that the astronauts have requested. We plan on licensing our product to space agencies such as NASA, the European Space Agency, and the China National Space Administration, as well as private companies such as SpaceX.
In addition, we plan to license this product to research institutions and research universities such as Duke, more specifically the Mouse Neurobehavioral Core Research Facility, as well as the Department of Psychiatry led by Dr. Edward Levin. It is important that this product reaches those institutions because research has to be designed, and as well, the mouse has to be acclimated to the cage before it reaches the ISS. We plan to continue our partnership with NASA to finalize our working model. By June of this year, we plan to finish this working model, and March of next year, finalize the patent and begin to sell the product through license agreements.
It's simple, easy to use, compartmentalized design makes our product
Cage Zero, the ideal choice for use on spacecrafts across the universe.
With your connections and networks, we hope to turn this product into a marketing reality.
Invest in Safe and Sound.
Hey guys, well done. You finally built a better mousetrap. No, it was a good presentation. I think you presented it well. I like the enthusiasm. A couple things I would like to have seen. Just a better understanding of, not to be glib, but I mean, is mouse stress a problem? By that I mean some evidence to say, hey, you know, some experiments that maybe went awry, or maybe some research findings that were maybe called into question as caused by this, that will help kind of set up that causal chain of, here's the problem we're trying to fix. That would help kind of make that case a little bit earlier. That would be helpful. And then the other thing you mentioned that, you know, that close contact, I think you said, you know, is shown to reduce stress in mice. A little bit of evidence or some sort of scientific basis for that statement, I think would be compelling as well. But overall, good job.
Good job, guys. One thing which I really liked is your door mechanism. It would have been great if you could have actually explained how you make this mechanism, because that's really great, you know. And you could have expanded that market to Earth as well, you know, child-proof locks, so pet locks. So, you know, other than that, sounds great. Thank you.
Yeah, good job, good presentation. I'd echo about being able to demonstrate that it reduces stress. You referenced some study about that. Elaborating on that would help, as how precisely the workings of your box actually alleviate that. It's a lovely, simple solution. I would maybe suggest not emphasizing the 3D printing. That it's not a panacea for everything. If you know you're going to need something on the ISS, it's just as simple to bring it up than to bring the materials up to 3D print it in orbit. So I don't see that as a key selling point. I would emphasize the lower stress and stopping feces spreading around the ISS, which could be quite important, I guess. Thanks.
Okay, how much stress is there out, or how much data is out there on reducing stress in mice? That's what I wanted to see and to show how your product reduces that. And you guys mentioned something about the NASA stated the need for this. So show their requirements. Did they send out an RFP? What were the key design factors that they were looking for? Answer those two questions, and I think you got something going.
Great job. I just want to say the importance, what I see is the integrity of the research and development. If the mice are stressed, are we getting the accurate data we need? I think you guys are onto something, and I wish you the best, and it's good to know that you are working with NASA on this.
Thank you, Safe and Sound. Our seventh team is Sarona from Delhi Public School, R.K. Puram in New Delhi, India. Their innovation, Panacea Space Debris Elimination System, is a system that works to eliminate harmful debris in space that poses a threat to existing space infrastructure in low Earth orbit. Please welcome Sarona.
Imagine yourself looking out the window of the International Space Station, 400 kilometers above the surface of the Earth, and chances are that this is the last thing that you would want to see. But a crack in the window of the International Space Station is exactly what astronaut Tim Peake saw during Expedition 46. Namaste, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Harshaditya Singh, and these are my colleagues, Saksham Arora, Akshi Khandelwal, and Sagnik Anupam. We are from Delhi Public School, R.K. Puram in New Delhi, India, and we stand before you on behalf of our company, Sirona.
As of 2017, the lower Earth orbit is littered with non-operational satellites, burnout rocket stages, and other debris. These debris fragments then collide with other fragments and create more fragments, and the cycle continues. The exponential nature of the collision is very hard to explain and was first predicted by NASA scientist Donald J. Kessler in 1978. The Kessler syndrome has the ability to render low Earth orbit inaccessible to future generations.
Now, why would you be concerned about obscure pieces of metal whizzing around the Earth at unimaginable speeds? You will be concerned because if the Kessler syndrome was to occur one day, this is what we stand to lose. $186 billion in hard-earned taxpayer money, your money. And in addition to this, services like internet, telecommunications, weather forecasting would all be destroyed, taking us back to the Stone Age. And this is exactly what we are striving to save.
Now, large debris, it can be tracked and we can outmaneuver from it. But however, small debris is too small to track and too abundant to outmaneuver from. Now, small debris is also too large to be fended off by Whipple shields. Now, we here at Sirona realize this is a problem, and that's why we target debris in the size range of 5 to 15 centimeters. And we do this not because it's easy, but because it's hard, and that's why, ladies and gentlemen, we present to you Panacea.
Panacea uses solar-powered Hall effect thrusters for transportation to the Earth's orbit. Its navigation system consists of hyperspectral imaging sensors, Doppler radars that use NASA Goddard's advanced algorithm for precise readings, and it also has NASA Goddard's light direction sensors, which are used to pinpoint the position of the debris relative to Panacea. Now, orbital debris spins and rotates at very high angular velocities, and these can cause damages to the interior structure of Panacea. In order to counter this threat, we have a damping mechanism that consists of two electromagnets that are embedded in the airlock hole. Now, this system is then pressurized, and powerful air currents are generated using those fans that are powered by none other than NASA Goddard's flux motors. Now, let us take you through a journey to the lower Earth orbit.
The thrusters are fired to match orbits and relative speeds. Now, once aligned with the cluster, the debris enters Panacea through an airlock. The opening is then closed and compressed nitrogen gas is released from a container within Panacea, which pressurizes the interior of the system. A series of fans is now switched on, which creates pressure differences generating suction within Panacea, and this is used to maneuver the debris towards the storage containers.
Okay. Now, why would you support us when we plan to compete with industry heavyweights like the European Space Agency and JAXA?
You will support us because these proposed solutions, one, are not viable, two, use a primitive design, and three, have the ability to further aggravate the problem. So, because of this, we decided to do a competitive analysis, and as you can see from the chart, Panacea ranks at the top for 4 out of 5 parameters chosen for this analysis.
Now, with our ever-increasing dependency on satellites, the number of satellite launches to low Earth orbit are only expected to increase over the next few years. This, in turn, increases the probability of collisions in low Earth orbit. Now, as per the United Nations Technical Report on Space Debris, and as can be seen from the chart, even if satellite launches were to stop today, the number of collisions would only increase over the next few years. And if launch business remains as usual, we can expect to see an exponential increase in the number of collisions that take place. Just imagine the number of debris fragments that these many collisions would create and the potential damage that they can do.
Now, according to the Outer Space Treaty and the Interagency Debris Coordination Committee, These space agencies are not only responsible for the debris that they've launched and left out there in the lower orbit, they're also obliged to provide for their removal.
Now, NASA and Roscosmos own about 87% of all debris that currently orbits the Earth and hence form a target market.
The large-scale ignorance of the space industry towards this particular problem has resulted in a low supply, high demand scenario, and the unavailability of any substitute product ensures success of Panacea in the market.
Now, next up, our business model has been divided into two parts. Phase 1 constitutes to the primary function of Panacea, and phase 2 constitutes to the commercial ventures undertaken by us. This commercial venture is our unique selling proposition, as we plan to get this debris back to Earth and sell it for the thousands of tons of aerospace grade materials that we have.
Now we've laid out a set of terms and conditions for a beachhead market. What they basically do is that they ensure that Panacea's access to low Earth orbit is always maintained, and we gain the exclusive right to the materials that we collect, which enables us to sell them in the market later on.
Now, the operational cost of removing one piece of debris is about $7, but when we plan to get this debris back to Earth, we sell it at a profit of $21 per piece. Now, this is in addition to the $186 billion that we save of space infrastructure up there.
Yeah, so as you can see, we have preliminary funding sources from NASA, ROSES, and NAAC solicitations that are research grants that provide us with more than $1 million. On the other hand, for our primary sources, we have venture capital and the Make in India initiative, which provides us with up to 74% permitted FDI in the Indian aerospace industry.
Now that the exploration of space is mankind's greatest adventure, and with every hardship, with every failure we have, now that, okay, thank you. For mankind's in the frontiers of space, we are Team Sedona, and we're here to make a difference.
Thank you for your presentation. Very enthusiastic. Sorry you weren't able to get it all in. Certainly, it's a serious problem, space debris, and I had a little trouble following your product, and then when you got to the other end of the presentation talking about the business opportunity, I wasn't sure if the business opportunity was to work with the space agencies or to work with some of the emerging, or if it's just the whole idea of space debris and the catastrophe it could cause. So you probably want to go back and look at how you frame your product and what it is that you're solving. But overall, very good. Appreciate your enthusiasm.
My master's work is in space debris, so this is near and dear to my heart. What I would have liked to have seen is what happens when the storage container is filled and what happens to the spacecraft after it's utilized, and a little bit more detail on the inner workings of the design and components and stuff. A good thing is you guys understand the problem, you understand where the basis comes from as far as the Kessler syndrome is concerned, but I need more detail on the technology and the feasibility of it. Thanks.
Yeah, you presented the problem very well, and I love the graphics up the front. And it's clearly something very dear to your heart. My problem is that it seemed to entail a vehicle that would whiz around orbit collecting debris, and that would require, I would have thought, a huge amount of fuel to keep moving between orbits to catch things. Also, you probably want to elaborate on the detection system itself, because I'm concerned that the radar that would be required would be quite substantial, unless it's intrinsically linked to ground-based detection systems, which I wasn't clear on. Interesting concept, but I think the fundamental validity of the solution needs to be elaborated on. Thanks.
Good job, guys. A lot of energy. You have identified a good problem. One thing I fail to understand is how are you going to stop a very fast space debris just by using air pressure, air fans? And if you can, you should have given some data, like what is the deceleration factor, and with that deceleration factor, how much length it needs to be. So that kind of data is needed for this to work. Other than that, looks like a good design. Thank you so much.
Yeah, guys, a giant space vacuum cleaner. I mean, God knows we need it in the lower atmosphere. Some of the same comments I would have said as well. What's the capacity of this thing? I wasn't really clear on that. And kind of by extension, based on the size debris that you're targeting, how long would it take to fill? I mean, at what point do you get empty the vacuum cleaner? And of course, as it's doing this spacecraft, the mass of this vessel is changing over time, which of course changes the dynamics. And then then you also mentioned, matching the particles, course and speed. Well, that kind of presupposes everything's kind of moving in the same direction. So everything moving in the same concentric orbit sort of thing, that would work. But anything in any other kind of orbit, crossing vectors, whatever, of course, it would require massive amounts of fuel to get that thing going a different direction. But the fundamental idea of needing something up there to clear up the junk is clearly really, really critical. So good job for tackling a really important issue. You bet.
Thank you. We're on to our final team. Tabir from Delhi Public School, Arkipuram, and Lahore Grammar School from India and Pakistan, multinational team. Their innovation, LUNEX, is an autonomous modular lightweighting mining system that takes advantage of lunar resources such as metals, water, oxygen, and silicon, which are likely to be essential to an orbital or surface colony. Please welcome Tabir.
I'm Varisha Tahir.
And I am Prajit Kumar from DPS Arkipuram, representing Team Tabir, and here our product Lunex.
The moon provides us with a number of metals such as silicates, water, and iron. These materials can be used in space settlements and surface colonies. The water can be used in propellant depots and in ceramic tubes to encourage botanical processes. Modularity is another important part of LUNEX. The modular arms consist of chisel-like effectors, jaws, and clamps to enable it to carry out its mining processes.
These are some of the unique points which make LUNEX unique and as compared to other rovers and mining systems.
Lunex has 3 separate components which help its function efficiently. These are the mining component, the processing chamber, and the storage chamber. The mining component is the only movable part of the system. It is made from carbon fiber, aluminum, 3D printed graphene, and alginate hydrogels. It uses electrodynamic shielding and linked resonance, linear resonance actuators to dust off the particles from the camera that capture the panorama. Modular arms can be fitted with claws and grippers that help in excavation activities. Image processing helps decide where to mine for the best yield. It is backed by machine learning algorithms to learn from past mine yields. The mining robot consists of 10 cameras, 6 visible spectrum cameras, and 4 wide-range infrared cameras. This is a sample panorama generated by the visible spectrum camera, and this is a sample generated by the wide-range infrared cameras. Once it is taken, the Camera detects the shadowy parts of the lunar regoliths and corrects it by a healing filter. This is the part of the image after applying the healing filter. And this is the whole panorama after the applying of the healing filter. After the healing filter is applied,
we need to balance brightness and exposure, so the image is broken into smaller segments, in smaller rectangles, and a normalizing filter is applied. Next slide. This is the final panorama that is generated. The expected mining yield for each region is found by generating a histogram of the image, by splitting the image into smaller parts, and applying a heat map on top of that. Next, we also use this system to using advanced machine learning algorithms in which it relates different image properties to find a good or a bad yield, which forms the basic neural network. This data, along with the data from the infrared camera, is used to finally decide where to mine for the best yield.
In the processing chamber, the regolith is dehydrated to remove to extract the water. Then the anhydrous regolith is treated in 2 separate chambers and treated with mineral acids to obtain iron and silicon. The reactions are as follows. Then the flap separating the 2 chambers opens up, and the processed regolith is allowed to come to the storage chamber, where a neodymium magnet captures the iron particles in the middle. The silicon and the remaining regolith settle at the bottom, while the water vapors rise to the top.
Our product will be located in the Aitken Basin in the south pole of the moon. This region was selected for its relatively high concentration of silicates, iron and ice caps.
The payload sent from the Earth will comprise of all 3 components, with the robot and storage components folded, with the total mass being 140 kg, and the most probable mode of transport for LUNEX will be the Falcon 9. LUNEX would be the first lunar mining system and would therefore provide us with much more information than we already have about the lunar surface. The mining and extraction information that we will attain will be extremely useful for organizations like ISRO and NASA. ISRO is mining to mine helium-3 by the 2030s, and CNSA has also made similar claims a few years ago. Companies like SpaceX and Blue Origin might be potential buyers. SpaceX's current Martian colonization plan could be greatly simplified if inexpensive propellants were made available. Lunar regolith has radiation shielding abilities because of dissolved water and other minerals, and it can be sold unprocessed for deep space radiation shielding. Some of the funding sources are there on the slide. The cost of LUNEX has been majorly divided into 4 sections, and our product is not only limited to the Earth, not only limited to the moon, but can also very well be used on the Earth. Thank you.
All right, deep breath, guys. You did fine. First off, the beautiful thing about science, in my opinion, is that it leaves politics at the door. And for 3 high schoolers from different countries in y'all's situation to get on a plane, fly halfway around the world to pitch by far the most ambitious and audacious idea of the entire competition, well done.
Thank you.
Seriously. Really, really good job. I don't think I could do what you guys did, not in a million years. You got a little pinched on time, so you had to go step through a little bit quick on the business thing. The only part that I would want to see a little bit more detail on in a future presentation would be just understanding specifically what is it that you're mining for. I mean, I got the camera graphics and the algorithms to kind of refine the photography, but it wasn't clear to me exactly. I wasn't quite making the connection between how that was going to help you understand where it is that you needed to dig and that kind of thing. So I get where you're going with it. I just didn't see all the details, but overall, seriously, well done. My hat's off to all of you guys. Well done.
Thank you.
So as the captain said, that was a really commendable job you guys have done. Continue this friendship. like I said, we need to have a system which identify what are we mining. That's number one. And number two, you said you need a lot of water to process it. Where is the water coming? What is the source of water on moon? You know, what is like? If you have that, that's fine. I just thought I'll just share that with you. Other than that, that's great. Great job.
Yeah, wonderful to have you here. I would love to have understood the technical design more, and I think you were hindered really by possibly not being as confident as you might have wanted to be in presenting. So I just would, you know, it's a basic thing. I would encourage you to practice your delivery in front of people, not just within yourselves, so that you're really confident in what you're delivering, and then the technicalities of what you're trying to say will come across more fluidly. It's a fascinating area. I'd love to hear more. Thank you.
Okay, I'm left with what the innovation is. Is it the sensors? Is it the overall system? More detail on the design. I need to understand the product. And also, a lot of this stuff has been developed already, so you guys can use existing technologies and look at the lessons learned of previous rovers and stuff and see why certain sensors or certain wheels or certain arms were used and not used, and that'll help refine your design.
Hi. I too want to congratulate you guys from working together. I know it's probably difficult from different countries, but you should be applauded for that. And certainly putting your minds together to come up with this technology. Echoing or piggybacking on what was said, it would be great to see how what you are designing compared to what's already out there. So you want to just keep that in mind as you go forward. But overall, great. Exhale.
So we're going to take a few minutes. We're going to get ready over here. Captain Bouvet is going to come out, and they're going to announce the Gemini Awards. Before we launch into that, though, I just wanted to give you all a little bit of background about myself. I'm actually an alumni MC this year, but we presented back in 2010. And I thought it'd be interesting to give you a little bit of my story about the Conrad competition, what it meant to me in 2010, sort of where I've gone in the next 7 years, how the work that I'm doing today still relates to the work that I was doing back in 2010. And my goal for this is to give you a little bit of an idea about where you go from here. I think some of you are going to continue to pursue entrepreneurship, and that's awesome. Some of you are going to continue with your college careers. You're going to find new passions, new inspirations. And that's great, too. Everyone's got a different path, and I think you all are very young right now, and some of you know exactly what you want to do, and some of you don't. I think yesterday Victor had some really good advice about thinking about the question, what do you want to be? It's a really tough question. He had 3 great points. He said, you need to be gritty, you want to be a lifelong learner, and you want to be a good person. And I think that those are excellent pieces of advice. When I was in high school and I got similar advice, my challenge was I still didn't know what I wanted to do, right? I thought, well, I have a great way to evaluate what my options are, but I still don't know what I want to do with my life. And that was sort of a question that plagued me for a long time. I was a good student in school. I would say I was obedient. I was really good at following the rules. And when the Conrad, so I went to school at the North Carolina School of Science and Math, which many of the teams here presented at. Go Unis, am I right? And one of the things that I found when I was there is that there were a number of really exciting competitions that I could get involved with. The Conrad competition is really different, right? So with the Conrad competition, you don't have a rubric for exactly what success looks like. You have to bring your own inspiration and creativity to the field. When I did the Conrad competition, our sort of rubric was think of a really big problem and think of a clever way to solve that problem that no one else would have thought of. And this was 2010, right? So I guess 2009 is really when we started. And this was around the time, well, two big things happened. So one, in 2006, Al Gore released the movie An Inconvenient Truth. And this was at the end of the Bush years. And so there was a lot of questions about what are we going to do about climate change. At the same time, Congress, which has been mired with problems in this term and in previous terms as well, had this epic failure. There was a bill called the Waxman-Markey bill that was supposed to create a cap-and-trade system for greenhouse gas emissions. And everyone, at least in my years, was really excited about the prospect of this passing. We were the generation that was going to have to lift the burden of climate change going forward. And unfortunately, that failed in Congress. And so we thought, well, if we're going to solve a problem, this is a really big problem. Climate change is something that is probably the most wicked problem our world has ever faced, and we don't have a solution for it. So we looked around us, we looked at the world, and we thought, wow, the oceans are an incredible resource. They're 70% of the world's land mass. Why don't we do something about that? And so what we did is we created a pod and rod device. We called it the pterodactyl. I think I wrote the acronym here. Like I was mentioning in the back, I think there's a long tradition in Conrad, which is to come up with a really cool name by making an acronym of a lot of really long, complicated words. We did the same thing. I think it was powering the Earth through resorbing the oscillatory effects of dynamic amplification of piezoelectric crystals. And like the CTYL in pterodactyl kind of crystals, it kind of worked. We tried to sort of force it in. And it was a cool idea, right? So the idea was you have the contour of the waves in the ocean, and if you put a pod and tube system together, you can put piezoelectric crystals in the pods, and through kinetic friction, generate electricity to send back to shore. This was a time where solar and wind were still largely unproven technologies. It's crazy, in 7 years, now I think the majority of new capacity for energy comes from solar, but at the time in 2010, there were a lot of folks that thought that solar and wind technologies were still just vaporware. And so through the Conrad Spirit of Innovation competition, I had a chance to dream big and to sort of challenge the status quo that high schoolers couldn't come up with new and interesting ideas. So I wanted to fast forward a few years later, and so now I'm still actually working in clean technology. The work that I did at Science and Math through the Conrad competition inspired me to think about sustainability as a profession. I graduated from Carolina with a degree in environmental studies and business. And in 2014, I actually moved out to California. I started to work at an electric vehicle charging station locator app company. And I think the one thing that I really took away from Conrad is to hustle, right? To not follow the rules, not to think about the box, but to think outside the box. And when I got my job in electric vehicles, I flew out across the country and I talked to folks and I said, hey, look, I have no experience. I don't know what I'm doing, but I'm really passionate. I'll learn quickly. And I'm willing to work for free. You don't have to pay me because it's something I'm really passionate about. But I'm going to prove to you that I'm going to be so valuable, you're going to want to hire me at the end. And I found a few companies I was really excited about, and that launched me into my electric vehicle career. Just to finish up here, so what I'm doing now is I'm working at a company called ChargePoint. Raised over $100 million to bring electric vehicle charging to Europe and to bring some new, very high-speed fast charge equipment to market. And I think it's really exciting because clean technology as a space is growing really quickly. And I feel like I'm a part of that. But a lot of that work started when I was a high schooler, just like many of you. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Captain Bouvet. Thank you all so much. Feel free to come up anytime if you have questions about where you want to go to college or what you want to do going forward.
Okay, folks, I'm not going to drag this out. The one thing I learned a long time ago is never stand between a bunch of hungry kids and lunch. First off, deep breath for all the teams that presented. Great job. Well to get it all done. Well done. So this is our second year as the Navy sponsoring Conrad, and I walked away last year thinking I couldn't possibly be any more impressed than I was last year, and you guys raised the bar even higher again. So Nancy, no pressure for next year, but the kids are going to have to keep getting better and better. Nancy was kind enough to indulge us to allow us to create a new award this year, and this is not meant to detract or augment in any way really the awards that you guys are competing for. You know about those. But as a sponsor, we really want to take the opportunity just to put a little bit of a Navy stamp on a team that we felt really made a mark and fit some of the same kind of things that Captain Conrad, who this is named after, we think embodied. Now, I did not know him personally. I'm not going to pretend like I'm an expert on him and his life. I've read a lot about him, and just on the basis of that, he's point blank one of my heroes. I love the fact that he overcame the adversity he did. I love his just slight dash of irreverence. I think that's a healthy thing. I love the confidence that he took into his job. And what I love the best is that even at the end of his Navy career, he decided, well, let's see what else is next. I'm going to go be an astronaut. And at the end of that, he said, okay, I'm done being an astronaut. Now what else is next? I'm going to go start a company. When that was done, he said, I'm going to go start another company, and then another, and another. And he was never done. So that ideal and that ethic of always trying to innovate, always trying to push the next boundary, the next frontier, is one of the things that we want to try to recognize with one of the teams here. So the Gemini Award, for those of you that are probably aware, is named after the fact that Pete flew on 2 of the Gemini missions. He was commander of the second one, obviously. And it set a lot of the groundwork, obviously, for all the space travel really that followed. So what we were really looking for the team here to embody is really the ideas of innovation, hard work, and teamwork, and an overall outstanding presentation. So the award itself, quick trivia question here. Does anybody know what this is? This has a function, particularly a naval function. I'll give you a hint. Does that help? It's called a deck prism. Back in the days of wooden ships, bringing lit candles and oil lanterns down below decks to illuminate spaces that didn't get any sunlight was a very hazardous undertaking. So no one's quite sure exactly who came up with this, but somebody decided that they figured out that if you take a flat bottom prism with a pyramid bottom and you lay it into a hole in the deck above, this now extends into the deck below and now illuminates through the sunlight above spaces beneath it. Very ingenious, very simple, very ingenious, it was oriented towards safety, it was oriented towards effectiveness. It's kind of one of those palm in the forehead kind of things. Why didn't we think of that sort of things? That really made its appearance really in the early part of the 1800s when clipper ships and sea trade really became a big deal both for England and the United States as well. So in representation of the kind of innovative spirit of the kind of thing we thought Pete would have liked, we thought that this deck prism, which does come on a mounted base that actually lights up underneath it, it's not just another trophy, it's not just another certificate, although we have those too. But hopefully this is something I think the winning team, I hope, will take with them, hold on to, remind them that sometimes all it takes is a little bit of innovation to bring light to dark spaces. So. Thank you. There we go. I just want to make sure I didn't confuse my teams. There was a couple that were close here, and this was unanimous. I'd like to bring up the members of Styrofilter, please. Prepared because we didn't exactly how big the team was going to be, who was going to win. All right, great job, folks. Sorry, get the bags too. Okay, that's all I have.
So guys, we're going to go ahead and head over to lunch. We're in the Debus Center again. However, they are doing some work in the Rocket Garden. So Lauren, right over here, you need to follow her.